Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Ok, io la vedo lì.
Добро утро, колеги! Радвам се, че днес ще продължим.
Чакайте. Ти чуваш?
Местната общност. Днес нашите колеги, които са от Агенцията по заетостта, подпомагане, Шантал Ре от Лядула Валада и някои от специализираните предприятия участват в панела и ще могат да ни разкажат и за възможността за предприятията от социалната и солидарна икономика и за други аспекти, които ще бъдат интересни за нас, като възможности за интеграция на хората с увреждания на пазара на труда. За мен е удоволствие да дам думата на Шантал Ре, управляващ директор на кооперация Лядула Вадада от Италия. Заповядай, Шантал.
Grazie. Buongiorno a tutti. Io sono Chantal Re e sono il presidente di una cooperativa sociale, un'impresa sociale oggi, perché in Italia in ambito sociale e sanitario si occupa abbiamo dovuto riorganizzare determinati servizi nell'area sanitaria e nelle politiche sociali. Questo perché? Perché la pandemia ha cambiato completamente il modo di gestire i servizi. Disabili, persone fragili. Improvvisamente ci siamo ritrovati a dover reinventare dei servizi perché chiusi per un periodo lunghissimo, da febbraio 2019 fino alla primavera. E quindi abbiamo dovuto in qualche maniera reinventarci nei servizi. Allora, uno dei progetti nuovi di questi servizi, oltre ai progetti sanitari che ovviamente hanno avuto un peso decisamente più importante, è il caffè sociale. Il caffè sociale che cos'è? Il caffè sociale nasce da una legge italiana che è del 96, che permette di ragionare su che cosa? Sull'opportunità di alcuni beni confiscati dallo Stato italiano a persone che hanno utilizzato quel bene in modo illecito, ok? Oggi noi abbiamo una grande opportunità in Italia, il PNR. Il PNR prevede 300 milioni di euro per quello che sarà la destinazione di utilizzo di beni confiscati. Il bene confiscato è un bene prezioso, perché è un bene che viene ridato alla comunità locale e viene restituito ai ragazzi disabili, ai ragazzi che non hanno possibilità, ai ragazzi in generale. Il progetto prevede che cosa? Prevede inclusione. Quali sono le aree di intervento? Le principali aree di intervento che ci interessano sono le qualità di genere. Non ci deve essere differenza tra uomini e donne. Differenza tra disabili.
Provides for equal treatment of people of different gender, of people of different ethnicity, and we would like to include young people. We have a huge issue related to the employment of young people. Some of the children who don't go to school, who don't have any training, and we need to take into account the interests of all people. And why is this project so innovative? Because it's between the government and a social company, which is a public-private partnership.
La conoscenza. Mette le skills.
The private company provides for knowledge, and the public provides for the plot of land or the infrastructure. So we'd like to have a circular economy so that people could be innovative, could have private entrepreneurship within their community. So there should be an entry and input and output. So what counts for us long term? The territory, for instance, if we take linked to Bulgaria or to other territories, so the model of the social cafe is not only in Turin, it can be replicated anywhere. If there is a confiscated asset which is given back to the community, where the social companies are located in order to have social entrepreneurship. What is the difference? The social approach allows for a dynamic and sustainable economy, so everybody can have access to that. We should not distinguish between economies with or without profit, the non-profit economy and the profit economy. So the circular economy should provide for the pure profit, but well-being of the community should be key. And this is what we should think about, the concept of inclusive community. Because first and foremost, we should consider the cooperative promotion. Young people should be included, should be engaged, but they should not be left to the streets where drugs and prostitution flourish. Our young people should have access to services that should be under control, that should be healthy, so that these young people could think about art and engaging in good things. So the confiscated assets in Italy is confiscated for 10 or 15 years, and during that place the plot of land or the infrastructure is left aside, and the government is not involved in that, and the entrepreneur should make sure that this infrastructure is accessible to everyone. This is what the social cafe project is all about. It should be sustainable, it should provide added value. How important it is for us, the Italians, we love the aroma of coffee, and this is why we would like to have a shared product that could be on ground zero and be a sustainable product. Apart from that, we should consider the specific objectives of this project. Who intervenes on behalf of the government and who intervenes on behalf of the social entrepreneur. There should be a culture of legality, and we should explain to the youth with disabilities or without who has suffered from domestic violence. We would like to have a true, genuine cooperation between the state and the enterprises. We have democratic participation in Italy. We are the right hand of the government, but we are independent. We have our own website, which is targeted not only at our members and cooperatives. We produce well-being. So this is what counts for the citizens, for public health, for housing, for decent work, for education and culture. So that we should not impose knowledge, we should share knowledge. This is the concept of circular economy. This is the true essence about it. There is a law in Italy which goes beyond the areas of people without knowledge, and this is the concept that has many instruments for music instruments that are the contribution to an orchestra. So this knowledge should be shared. We don't want soloists. We want to have a whole orchestra that is shared. So this is why we want to have a shared value project. This is why I am presenting it now to you, and it can be replicated anywhere. How can this be done? It's easy. What do? We have an Italian organization, the agency, within the system of the ministry, which runs the infrastructure and the equipment. What we want to have is to offer clean work that is decent outside drugs and prostitution, because because we have ugly phenomena in our country too, and the social role of the government is to come up with interventions that could change the system. And we do not work downtown. We should work in the outskirts to make sure that we access and outreach those systems that are close to the line of poverty. What are the forms and instruments to achieve that? To come up with new approaches that could promote information, and this is why our social cafe should have a place where all new opportunities can be offered, so that we can improve the quality of life. We would like to have services and activities that support the elderly, the aging, people with disabilities. These are not necessarily citizens of social needs. My aunt has oxygen, has a need for oxygen, for instance, and we need to help these people. There is a huge red tape in Italy. What activities we have under this project? We have a major project which addresses school education, and there's a job versus school movement, so that these students, school students, can come to our social enterprises, so that they could learn and lend support to certain activities. During the vacation, the summer vacation, the summer holiday, we organize the so-called islands of knowledge, and this is where young people can work during the summer. These are innovative activities. I'm a 46-year-old, and these school students are 16. We have different mentality, but we need to come up with an approach that addresses people with disabilities and the vulnerable groups. In Italy, during the pandemic, a large proportion of women lost their jobs because they had to stay home, and we can't afford to stay home, not because we don't want, because in an Italian family, both parents should receive their income. So we need to make sure that these women can get back to work. A social cafe is where we should build co-working space to have a social concierge service, or babysitting for 2 hours, so that the mother could go for a job interview. So there should be a space in town that is closed space, because we used to have a social cafe in 2015, but it was closed down, and we need to give new life to it. We would like to offer new social values. What is the benefit of it all? To offer a community service that is in proximity. I live in this town and I'd like to continue living there. However, because a lot of people leave the small towns, we have large cities with high proportion of youth immigration. This is the situation in Bulgaria too. We have a lot of cities which are deserted, and I would like to see in a small town of 4,000 or 6,000 people where this proximity model could be replicated, so that people could consider their job opportunities there rather than migrate to the large city. I would like to thank the economic police, because they supported us in this project, and this is why we became successful. I hope that next year we will have more visible result and the social cafe will be reopened. Thank you.
A very interesting policy, which is locally based and developed, and is an example of a public-private partnership, which is rarely happening. But what I like the best, and I was impressed the most, is that sustainable policy. It started 6 years ago, and you just upgrade what you have started doing, providing new services, which is exactly the goal of policies with regard of people with disabilities in the solidary economics economy to provide sustainability and improve the quality of life. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions to Chantal? Because she has to leave, and so she has to go, and we do not want to commit her anymore. I don't see in the chat as well. Thank you very much, Chantal, and safe trip back. Take care. Thank you, and good word to all of you. Nikolai Dimitrov, who is the head of the employment department in the town of Plovdiv. Please, Mr. Dimitrov. Thank you very much for offering me the floor and the possibility to present at the forum the opportunities for integration of people with disabilities in the labor market. We are making use of this European conference to place again an emphasis on services which the employment agency is providing. I'm representing the regional service in Plovdiv, which structure-wise is comprising Plovdiv, Pazardzhik, and Smolyan districts. All the services provided in the country are standardized, certified, and integrating depending on the group of people who will use them. So, generally speaking, we divide the customers by employers and employees, which in general are unemployed people, and this is one of the group, and the other group is employers. And these are the groups we work on the labor market. It covers as well students, pensioners, and employed people wishing to change their sphere of field of work. So anyone who's willing to to make use of the intermediary services of the labor offices can get included to this institution as a state intermediary in line with the Act on Employment Promotion. The regional service, this regional department, is embracing the 3 regions. We have shown you the unemployment in August, which is 52. Out of them, so what is the what are the particulars of the intermediary work when placing people with disabilities? As I said, services are standardized regardless whether this is an unemployed person or someone who has left one's job, and there is an individual action plan which are part of an agreement with the client. There are 15 regional labor offices with daughter branches, about 80 jobs which are outside, and 13 labor offices which offer a new service, an integrated approach at the site to all clients which belong to economic regions where they cannot allow themselves to travel. I'm referring to Smolensk region, to the district center. This is performed, this is done by the team of the labor office. So the main activity is in intermediary, is offering an appropriate job to people with disabilities. As I say, the approach is strictly differentiated and individual, and it's in line, it's stipulated by the Act on Employment Promotion. Of course, one of the things is that the professional skills, the health state of people being offered job are taken into consideration, and of course, the location of residence. On this slide, you can see the major services which we provide. This is raising awareness. We have indicated the vacancies. You understand that the customer sometimes cannot make a differentiation whether this is the Agency for Social Assistance or whether it's the National Insurance Institute or the Labor Office, and the unemployed person is raising one's question. That's why we speak in general about information, because we have to channel the efforts of the customer according to one's wishes to be able adequately to search for the service. What we propose for years is as well psychological support. We have a national program according to which we have psychologists at the labor offices which interfere in specific groups of clients or when the client oneself has declared that he has such a need. As I said, the main thing is the intermediation in hiring people, and employment, of course. Employment covers different programs and measures. The trainings, according to the National Plan of Actions on Employment, are implemented. And we use as well state enterprises like the Bulgarian German Center. There is one in the region of Plovdiv. Information, consulting, and intermediation are the things we offer. There are many groups which are not motivated to use one or other form of services, And by these jobs which are outside the labor office, we motivate and activate people and integrate them to the general labor market.
Близо да бъде до услугите и по-лесно да стигне до...
So when a person gets registered, to be closer to the services and to achieve sooner what the needs are. As public institutions, we are servicing the primary labor market. This is the social economy. There is the intermediation, the typical one, and there is the link between the appropriate job according to the Act on Employment Promotion and the connection with employers. Subsidized employment has specific rules, particular beneficiaries and specific funding as well as requirements which have to be met so that the employer can get this help under the subsidized employment, or the person oneself has as well to be in line with these requirements. Partnerships are a very important element in our work. Besides all known social partnerships with NGOs, sector organizations, etc., a little bit further I will share with you the projects which are being drafted each year. For 9 years, we work in a partnership with private intermediaries. But however, we think that the main thing is that we have to be of benefit to our partners. So these private intermediaries to be our partners, both while the work is searched and in the social partnership, we leave the cooperatives and as well the opportunity of working from home. And these are, well, there is a new thing which I mentioned. The mobile labor office has been in use for 3 years already. In 2021, there are 230 settlements where we offer this service. So imagine that the labor office is coming out with a team and a computer so that it could reach its clients, which actually are not economically active, they're inactive because they do not actively seek job placement. You see that there is quite a number of better opportunities for offering jobs, and there as well what we offer to our new and already existing customers. Well, mentorship after starting the work, we have indicated in the slide only the main emphasis on what we offer as a family mentoring. We bear in mind that a portion of our customers are family members, but they have as well other unemployed person in their family. So we offer these opportunities to the whole family, and we enable their registration to prevent to carry preventive work with dropouts from school, which is being coordinated with the regional departments on education. And the next service I mentioned is the consultations and mentorship in the seek of in the search of sustainability. This is a service addressing people who start working, whether in the real sector or under the program. After motivation, social support, we establish a feedback with the employer and the employed person. We research what is the satisfaction. This is a different form of communication using different channels. We offer digitally such services because in connection with the pandemic, there is no need to physically visit so that to have an access to the new forms of services. I will mention just a portion of the programs because there are quite many numbers in line with the National Action Plan on Employment. So both as objectives and topics of today's forum, I would like to familiarize you with the program of employment and training of people with long-term disabilities. So in 2020, the budget was almost 800,000, and people employed were 143, and newly employed were 51 people. Another program which is new is the provision of care at home. It's for the year 2020. 564 people are employed, and the overall budget is 1,400,000, which has not been used. As I said already, the Act on Employment Promotion, and it enhances and promotes some measures which we call subsidized ones. These concern the placement of people with long-term disabilities, which are covering people between 29 years of age and war veterans, as well as young people from social establishments. This is the Measure 51 is under, it's a state aid, it's under the law for employment promotion. Another thing which I wanted to mention and which is very attractive is the training of unemployed people. This is the so-called dual system. It's a form of a partnership between educational entities and enterprises. A subsidized employment is trained for 36 months, and it provides as well funding for the training institutions. I mentioned social partnership some time ago. Well, for the last few years, social partners are offering, depending on the research and analysis of the labor market, as well as the demand for labor force, as well as with regard of employer organization employers. We have 3 modules: key competence, vocational training, with subsequent employment based on a quota principle. So these are our social partners. We've been working for years with them. I mentioned the state enterprise, which is the Bulgarian-German Educational Center. This is a print screen from the employment agency. You see the address is in the middle of this slide, so whoever wishes to get included in such training might see what are the types of training, their duration, their dates of commencement and of end, so you can check with the labor offices according to your wishes, which might provide you with an opportunity for training. Another measure for subsidized employment is Article 43A from the Employment Promotion Act. This is placing at the disposal of certain sums of money for subsidized employment of unemployed people with long-term disabilities. I just mentioned this. The term is no less than 12 months. It's provided for, it's stipulated in detail in the Act, so I do not want to bore you anymore. New financial parameters for these years are in accordance with the National Action Plan for Acts Unemployment. So this is the Career Start, the Job, the National Program for People with Disabilities, starting a startup business, the so-called startup packages, and promotion measures, according to which the parameters, active measures figuring in the law might be used by the employers. In addition to the National Plan for Employment Promotion, we have the assistance and the opportunities for integrating people with disabilities which are registered with the employment agency. These are the components and schemes under the operational programs for the development of human resources. We have mentioned two: trainings and employment of young people, training and employment, which we have been working in. You can see further down the slide the indicators which have to be met, and as well the parameters of those placed in jobs under two schemes. The second component is addressing the integration of unemployed people with long-term disabilities. So there is as well a subsidy for employment and a single stimulus, which means that it provides an element of sustainability. Employers are given a single stimulus if the employer retains the person. With connection with the pandemic, new measures have started for the retention and increase of employment in the conditions of the COVID pandemic. So these are the four measures under which we are working. So it's the project Employment for You, a project Retain Me, measure COVID, and the measure 6040 is according to Ordinance number 55, which is providing mostly employers with resources for the companies. The project Employment for You will finish in December 2022. The budget is 210 million. It's a very attractive project for employers. For the past 6 months, it caused a boom in the country. Any employer wishing to get involved might address the labor office and learn what the parameters are. We mentioned some things there too. It's 650 salary, which is the minimum salary, and subsidized employment up to 6 months. The major requirements are in line with the European regulation 1407/2013, the so-called de minimis about social assistance. This is the so-called quota, as we call it, quota concerning different groups of people who will be employed, and it depends on them and the size of the employer. So it could be used if a company is a startup completely new firm which can employ up to 4 people under this project. So youth employment is as well active. I don't want to speak in detail because we finalized it last month. This was one of the most attractive measures as well. And this measure, the measure 60/40, it's in accordance with ordinance of the Council of Ministers 55. Now it became 121, and the point is, the main goal is to retain jobs. We are providing the periods and the periods through which the workers are retained and the wages are paid. So this is again addressing, it's again on the side of the employment agency. There is a heading under which each employer or whoever is interested in financial stimuli with regard of COVID-19, there is an icon and you can see in detail what I was referring to. You know, it's again Ordinance of the Council of Ministers 151. We finalized the payments in June and July, and we are expecting now the new calculations. We have as well demonstrated a combination. I mentioned the Ordinance 429. Well, anyway, the income should be less than 80% of the income for each. What is new with us? The challenges we came across, as well the opportunities and the workload of labor offices after the lockdown started on the 13th of March last year. We got reoriented and we started offering, well, we did as well before that, but we became more active in offering e-services for job seekers and employers with the purpose of prevention. Distance as well, forms of providing services. The offices which were taken out of the labor offices, we had already this service existing in smaller settlements. Now we started placing the emphasis on mobile labor offices. You know that since last year, the labor offices as well are accepting the requests for financial and compensation. The 4 new measures which are completely new for the retention of and each labor office has a specific zone where people can wait, and this free zone to get to know the new possibilities, and as well to learn the news which is interested to him. New headings have been created, the compensations for employment retention, easy steps for registration, included the systems for e-acceptance and the systems for sending of notifications. We are open and we continue to develop these electronic services. What are the challenges? There are too many in number. Certainly, some of them are outlined where we could intervene. There is a necessity of a strategy for the development of workforce. Before we started the forum, I shared with Mrs. Todorova that our main goal and task is the qualification that this is something, lifelong learning should be absolutely accepted by any customer, because some people cannot find their place in the labor market, because just looking for an unskilled, subsidized or such work and things for the search for subsidies and the periods of getting compensation while being inactive and not using this time for requalification or for new training is just a waste of time. As I said, what I written down is the joint drafting of measures. We have different inquiries on the side of employment agency, and we expect the feedback from our clients. One of the major challenges is digital services and making all our services digital and accessible. We work a lot with them because, as I said already, if a customer is not competent enough, he cannot make use of these e-services. So in this regard, we have identified, highlighted the new challenge, a better competence and e-literacy. So we, as far as possible, interfering with the motivation for work of people which are inactive or which are vulnerable. It's only 8% who make use of the services of the labor offices, those people with disabilities. So the integration, there was a forum about social economy and integration last year, so we spoke very extensively about the cooperation of institutions, the integration of institutions in giving people orientation on where and how to find their future place on the labor market, a development of the capacity of the business, registration of alternative forms of employment, modernization of integration systems of institutions, to be able to realize the second integration system, greater involvement of sector organizations and financial support as much as possible via the national budget or the schemes under the operational program for human resources development. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope I haven't bored you, although this is just a small portion of services we offer. So I wanted to make you acquainted with this and remind the audience about them.
Thank you, Mr. Dimitrov, for showing us the array of measures envisaging employment of disadvantaged and disabled people. These measures are not applicable to cooperatives with the purpose of having sustainable employment. But it is my impression that in the recent years, those cooperatives have shown interest in these measures, especially in the sector for vocational trainings, because we believe with 50 new contracts per year, we cannot be of great support and provide benefits to the relevant communities. So I believe this presentation will raise interest among the audience. As a whole, we see how much attention is paid to unemployment of disadvantaged people. Ms. Zakharieva, you have a floor for a question. Microphone, please. Microphone. I cannot hear the question.
Имат компютър с високи технически данни, да имат някаква компютърна грамотност, в повечето случаи все по-висока. Още малко. Не да бързаме така електронно, защото човек или е по-ниско квалифициран, или няма такива възможности, за да може да се оправи с за 60 на 40 миналата година. Трудно беше правенето с цялата документация, трябва да изчетеш много, да знаеш какви са параметрите, да имаш евентуално сътрудник, който да може да ги напасне. Малко според мен държавната администрация върви с по-бързи темпове, отколкото тези, които искат да се потребяват от тези услуги. Дали лично много мое мнение. Хубаво е, но е малко далечно от хората, които са останали без доход.
Има нужда от микрофон. Който задава въпроси, има нужда от микрофон.
Значи, казвам, че това са нови перспективи, но ние книжни носител не сме го отменили. Първо. Второ, за всички клиенти не влизам в статистика, защото има страшно много хора, които нямат тази компетентност, за която вие казвате, компютърната, и за тях, след като мине извънредното положение, се върна възможността, нали, отново да посещават бюрата по труда. Но те просто не са затваряли. През цялото време тези, които нямат тази възможност да ползват такива услуги електронни, дигитални, съответно те посещават бюрата по труда и на място биват обслужвани, като се спазват всички законови изисквания за противоепидемични условия на обслужване на клиентите. Няма проблем в това отношение, ние сме много добре и наясно, но предлагаме на тези хора, които наистина са напред, както вие се изразявате като предложения за електронни услуги, даваме възможност, може да са 20, 25, 30%, но това нещо да се осъществява на място. По отношение на работодателите, това е възможност, значи там изключваме възможността, че няма да има поне един компютърно грамотен счетоводител или поне един компютърно грамотен администратор или офис администратор, за да може съответно да изпрати пакета от документи, които са необходими. То е като форма на комуникация, но е като форма на облегчаване на пътуването от точка А до точка Б на даден работодател или негови служители, да загубят целия си ден за нещо, което примерно могат с един клик да го изпратят по системата за сигурно електронно връчване или по системата за електронно изпращане на сигурни съобщения и съответно това нещо да бъде реализирано в рамките на половин час, един час, да бъде прегледано от експерт, бързо да бъде върнато. Сами си представяте едно време, когато нямаше телефони, нямаше компютри, се губиха дни, за да може това нещо да бъде осъществено. Така че ние не изключваме книжни носител, но вървим в насока, нали, на дигитализация на услугите, за да можем да бъдем в полза на нашите работодатели и в полза на клиентите, които са много по-напред в тази форма на комуникация.
Други въпроси, колеги, дали има?
Да, аз имам един въпрос.
Да, заповядай.
Имахме няколко случая от колежки, които им се наложи сериозна операция, получаваха болничния приключи, т.е. нямаха право повече да ползват и изпаднаха преминахме на платена, неплатена отпуска. И това свърши. И жената се принуди да напусне работа, защото нямаше как да я задържим, докато се чака решението на ТЕЛК. Ако нямаше съпруг, който да работи, как щеше да се издържа? Някой мисли по този въпрос, не е единичен случай. Имаме и други такива. И ни правим буквално акробатики. Имаме, понеже аз съм в кооперация за трудостроение. Аз работя в кооперация за трудостроение и ние нямаме синдикати. При нас синдикатите, ролята тяхната се изпълняват в социална комисия. И ние в нашото предприятие специално им отпускаме средства. Имаме някаква възможност и им помагаме. Но то не е безкрайно. Това как ще се поправи? Понеже ние работим с болни хора, има проблеми. Дали някак е... Не знам...
Въпросът ви е свързан с някои от мерките към агенцията.
Your question is related to the expert decision of the medical committee. Is that what you're referring to? What I'm trying to say is that we need to mind those people that are under temporary work incapacitation. The extension of the medical expert decision is needs to be minded. Unfortunately, we do not have a member representative neither of the Ministry of Health or the Medical Committee. The moment the Medical Commission issues a decision, your worker can be registered with the Labor Office and can share with us that that this particular worker is in the process of his or her documents being processed, and the intermediary usually considers this, having in mind the health condition of the person. Arrangements could be made for that particular person to work in at home. It's a service. A service is never denied. Depending on the document the worker can provide at the time of request, then we can accommodate. The limitation refers to the type of work. We can provide under possibilities and opportunities under the National Employment Action Plan or under different operational programs, so we can give proper directions. It's a process. It takes time. But the intermediaries can be of help. There are so many issues that are of concern for our cooperatives and enterprises. They can apply under various measures 60/40, 18/20, but it's very hard for them. Their orders are rather inconsistent and rather scarce. and they really don't know how to proceed forward. That's why we do require special targeted measures for those, and we will negotiate this with the Ministry of Labor and Social Policies. With respect to qualification of impaired people that seek jobs, opportunities, we can use the quotas under the measure provided in the employment of disabled people law. So we can make use of this measure. If we look at the data for the applications of such people, over 2,000, and the jobs provided close to 80, then we'll see a dramatic discrepancy between the opportunities of disabled people and the offerings from employers. Mr. Stanchev, I have a proposal, but it would be nice to speak on a microphone. The microphone is not on. I believe it would be very useful, and I discussed with the issue with some of you, the issue of employment, and I attend some of the annual meetings of our cooperatives. So the issue was raised during the sessions, and we discussed the possibilities to use a 60-40 measure for job seekers. We need to update our job opportunities because there will be funds allocated under the recovery and resilience plan of the country. But the unemployment issue is a serious issue. Usually people that are deprived of job opportunities and due to the pandemic, they are forced to sell their properties in order to have living means. So I believe we need to make a list of all the unresolved issues and address them to the Ministry of Labor and Social Policy. In order to take them in, for the ministry to take them into consideration, and I call on my colleagues to do the same in view of the funds under the Recovery and Resilience Plan. Thank you, Mr. Stanchev. That's why we're here to discuss on this forum the possible opportunities. We have online participants, and we would appreciate to have their inputs and inquiries in order to have them summarized and sent to the relevant authorities. Are there any other questions? If there are no more questions, I'll give the floor to Teodora Singerlieva, regional representative of Southern Central Region from the Association of Disabled People, Agency for Disabled People. Let's hear her presentation. You have the floor, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Teodora Singerlieva is my name, and I am regional representative of Disabled People Organization. It is my 9th participation in such a forum. I have been representing our organization in numerous forums. And as Mr. Stanchev mentioned, it is the platform to share the best experiences and good practices, and to show the state administration where are the drawbacks and the gaps in their activities targeted to us. The implementation of state policy in the area of social policy is admirable, but it does not specify the activities in detail regarding social enterprise. There are programs under the ministry that are directly targeting specialized enterprises. I will not bore the audience with the numerous programs available to us, but I call on you to raise the issues that you are faced with and present them, submit them to the Ministry of Labor and Social Policy in this critical situation we are currently in. Because the unemployment agency and the agency for people with disability cover a lot of aspects. And there are disabled people working in an environment we call specialized environment, and they feel happy with their work. The social councils there resolve other issues as well. This approach has proven beneficial along the years, and I need to congratulate the worker and producer cooperatives for their support, for their role in the employment market, and being specialized in their activities, offering job opportunities for disabled people. So I extend my gratitude to all the disabled people agency usually works with specialized enterprises, the so-called social projects in order to provide safe and secure labor conditions. Then we have business enterprises. The programs are announced on our website. All the requirements and methodologies you can find on our website under the heading of projects. Via the regional offices of the agency, you can address any queries you might have in that area. Our agents provide consultations. The next program that will be launched by our agency targeting disabled people is the so-called programs for independent independent business development. This allows people to develop their own business activities. In the last 2 years, it has become even more difficult for an impaired person to exercise any business activities, but irrespective of the difficulties faced, we had applicants on this under this program, and the applicants actually succeed. For me, this program is a confirmation that disabled people can do it. And as mentioned earlier, being active, being inquisitive allows them to initiate their own business. It's not an easy process. Apart from the will of the individual, there is a need of support by all people in the community. A serious problem is also for disabled people to draft projects. They need to improve their digital skills and IT skills. This is a serious challenge for us. I believe that somewhere along the way, we somehow fail to teach our children to be businessmen, and this include impaired people, or probably we somehow diminish our requirements when we deal with disabled people. That's why we need to address in a targeted manner this issue, because if they have business skills, then they can have independence and improve their quality of life. This is a program that I personally consult with great pleasure every Friday, and when we see good practices, I give them as examples everywhere. However, this group of successful impaired people with their own business are modest people. They don't want to show off. Some of them gradually developed into specialized enterprises. And we have a case of an impaired people with a business that actually became an employer of impaired people. And I believe that the programs that we offer could be more flexible, could provide continuity from one to the other. The standard specialized enterprises that we know for years as a worker and producer cooperatives have proven that they are resilient even in the hardest of circumstances. So we need to have specialized targeted measures towards them. They have their own specifics, and they have the ability of being resilient, and we need to learn from their resilience. Yesterday we heard from the Deputy Minister that the specialized enterprise could apply at equitable basis under certain programs. Another program that I could name him is the National Disabled People Employment Program. This a program directed towards employers, and those employers, they want to renovate, refurbish the work conditions, and in order to hire disabled people. This program was launched under the new law on disabled people employment, and it was taking use of the quota principle stipulated in the law. Practice, however, indicates something a bit different circumstances. Another program that I would like briefly to outline is a program regarding accessible environment. I continue to say the job opportunities requires accessible environment, and we are in debt to the disabled people. That's why we need to expand our commitment and the state commitment to set up an accessible urban environment. And the responsible institutions need to mind that as well, in order to facilitate disabled people to access their job location. This is my final. These are my final words. Do you have any specific questions? I don't want to bore the audience with statistics about the southern central region, because you can find them anywhere you are part of those enterprises. If you have some specific questions, whether be it now or later on, I'll be happy to respond. Good morning. Не чувам.
Не се чува. Аудиторията не ви чува.
Да. Yes, that's better. Ms. Kostadinova, the Plovdiv Municipal Social Enterprise in Plovdiv. I want to ask, what are you doing regarding social enterprises to be able to apply under your programs? The methodology, you addressed me before with the same question. As I mentioned, we are an executive agency under the Ministry of Labor. When social enterprises fall under double financing, they need to register as specialized enterprises. Then they can apply. You receive budgets from the municipality. You were set up under a project. Yes, the municipality funds us, but their fund is not enough. So we needed to choose whether to be a municipal enterprise or a specialized enterprise. Without the funds from the municipality, we cannot survive. I will help you to draft an application to change your registration and become a social enterprise. With respect to municipal enterprise, it is very important to know whether you are an enterprise registered under the commercial law or under a different law, because we can register you under the cooperative law or commercial law. We have 6 municipal enterprises that are our members. They are capital enterprise. They have been instituted prior to 2002, and they can apply easily under all projects for special enterprises, and they need to be registered under the specialized enterprises and cooperatives register. We have such municipal enterprises that hold the same status as cooperatives. Thank you, Ms. Singerleven, for your input. I'm sure that the majority of you have participated in numerous projects. You have a refund of 50% of your Social Security contributions. But you have in your hands one of the most efficient and effective mechanisms. But I completely agree with you that we need specialized targeted measures for the enterprises run by impaired people, because they are needed. It is hard to expect employers to apply under them. In the first programming period, human resources development, it was opened only for the enterprises and cooperatives registered in the relevant register. Now it is different. Now you are included in all our programs as beneficiaries and employers. However, the conditions, application conditions, are not accommodated to your needs. So we will bear this particular issue in mind. So, any more questions to Mrs. Singerleva? If you don't have, let's move on. Now, a completely different folks. Maria Stoyanova Garabadian, she is a representative of Regional Social Aid Directorate Plovdiv, to tell us about the services of underprivileged groups.
Good morning. Unlike Mrs. Singerleva, this is my first attendance of this forum. I am a representative of the Social Assistance Agency, its territorial office in Plovdiv. It's an executive agency under the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, and it executes, it implements the government policy with respect to support, protection of vulnerable groups, child protection, and support to people with disabilities. As is evident by our name, we lend support to specific target groups under certain conditions, as this forum is specialized. I will not talk about social protection or child protection. I will focus on the support given to people with disabilities. What we do is to lend support to people who have declared themselves as having disabilities, but also to outreach to find such people who are in need so that we could lend them financial support, but also care services that they may need. We have the feeling that that the social that the NGO sector is becoming more active. There's more and more coverage in the media about people in need. Also there are individuals who send us signals about such people, and our agency would like to make sure that it is able to outreach to the people living in even the smallest townships. We have over 140 offices which cover the whole population of Bulgaria. There are 9 agencies, offices which serve 18 municipalities. The government has made sure that this process is well organized. You know that for more than 2 years now, we have a People with Disabilities Act and a regulation for its implementation. It drew on the legacy of the law, which is outdated now, on integration of people with disabilities. It is adjusted to the new conditions, and it provides for the way financial support is allocated, the types of support, the types of social services that they are entitled to. Unfortunately, a lot of people with disabilities need a set of services, and the government provides for this monthly financial support given to people with a different specific proportion of disability, and the amounts may vary. So they are adjusted on an annual basis by an order of the Council of Ministers. Each social assistance directorate office, as I said, there are 140 throughout Bulgaria. There is a specialized department addressing the needs of people with disabilities entirely, and they see their applications. There are consultations. There's counseling offered on the needs they have and the capacity that the social assistance office may have, depending on the municipalities it is located in. This department, which is specialized department, also dispenses the medical devices needed by people with disabilities. In the context of this discussion, these offices help the people with disabilities to integrate on the labor market. There is more need for certain medical aids. We dispense hearing aid devices, and we also provide the placement of people with disabilities in specialized facilities. We partner with the municipalities. We implement the Personal Assistance Act. It's a good law which assists a person with disabilities to receive adequate support within certain time slots a month, and the person providing the care receives remuneration for that. I don't know what more I can tell you about our activities, the services that the government has paid for, and the care that is provided on an annual basis aim to improve the living conditions and the conditions of life of the people with disabilities. I think I have been in this system for over 20 years, and I think that the entitlements are quite handsome, and I think we are doing a good job by offering the support required within the legislation that we have to the best interest of the people with disabilities. If you have questions, I think I have highlighted the core activities that we are offering. It goes without saying that we partner with the employment agency, with the agency for people with disabilities, but we encourage people to apply online. Not a single office was closed throughout the lockdown. We make sure that the people with disabilities have someone to turn to. Some offices are very well organized. Others need support. But nobody has been refused a visit at home. And we are offering online applications and online processing of paperwork. I believe that the mere fact that we have received very few complaints, at least I'm speaking about Plovdiv, and they are reducing in number, means that our efforts are well appreciated. Because these are the efforts of my colleagues, of the agency, and of the government at large. Thank you very much, Ms. Grebedian. All the support that you have emphasized is badly needed by the people with disabilities, and the efforts invested by your staff is extremely valuable. It's good that today we have representatives from the three agencies that offer services and support to people with disabilities. It's a good idea to have them all indicate what the people with disabilities can benefit from. Are there questions from the floor? Okay, now let me give the floor to Antonella Ilieva, the chairperson of Chernomorka Cooperative in the city of Burgas. The floor is yours, madam. I am the chairperson of Cooperative for People with Disabilities. We celebrated our 70th anniversary last year. We used to have 400 members of staff. Unfortunately, now there are only 44 of us. And the activities that we implemented until recently was related to packaging. We also had furniture manufacturing. We worked in the food processing industry. during the communist times, we were one of the only company, one of the very few companies to process coffee and spices. Unfortunately, our members of staff are not highly qualified, and we have only 2 activities that we are left with. We are into the sewing industry, and we are involved in book wrapping, in the book wrapping business. There are not any schools left where such specialists, technologists could be trained, nor is our equipment well maintained, well serviced. Our technicians are in close to retirement age, so it's really alarming that we do not have qualified staff. We try to train them, and bookbinding is especially requires training. People think that they will have a high pay, but this is not exactly the pay. The case, as far as sewing is concerned, I think it lags behind compared to other lines of business, because the work of sewers is not well appreciated. So there is a dramatic difference in terms of quality and requirements. We've had parents coming, bringing children who need job placement for disability, and they receive a lifelong pension for disability, but these children are not even interested in studying. They do not have high level of literacy, and I think the employment office should outreach and find those children who have been registered with disabilities, so that when they end up in our office, we can't help them much. It's very difficult to find staff. In order to retain these people, we need to be supported. I know that there are programs out there. You mentioned some of them, and there is another thing. We've had people who approached municipal companies, and even if they may work for 20 minutes a day, but they have a guaranteed pay. However, with us, in order to have our salaries, we need to work just as our colleagues in the employment office. Our products are of good quality, although our workers are poorly qualified, or they are unable to work a lot, but we try to compensate thanks to the People with Disabilities Agency. We are trying to compensate, and we have good equipment, because our companies have to purchase their own equipment. However, the Agency for People with Disabilities is helping us by providing good conditions of work, and we have good equipment that we pay by a small copay. However, a machine has to be operated by a human being, and it's very difficult to find people wishing to work. We've had people with disabilities coming, but they don't have the skills. And in order to build a manufacturing process, we need healthy people too, who can run the processes. And we have a quota, and we always are at the tip of the balance. We need to get rid of healthy people and hire a person with disability, but we wonder how fit for the purpose this person may be. You have highlighted several challenges, and we are all aware of the problems. We know how large these companies used to be in the 1980s. Now they are micro companies under the new registration criteria. We have colleagues who come to us, and if they are not with disabilities, incapacitated for work, we help them obtain this document. But they hide this fact because there are employers who look down on them for this reason, and they believe that they will do less than the healthy people. So there are people who have the incapacity for work certificate, but they hide this fact because they are discriminated. So certain people are pretend they're healthy when they are not. So there are a lot of controversy there. Even the qualified personnel that you mentioned, this is a national, countrywide problem. It's difficult for employers to find skilled personnel to hire. And as you mentioned, the capacity for work certification process is another challenge. And we have sent numerous signals about the problems that you're familiar with on the field related to the ratio or the regularity of work. And as we saw, there are measures out there. There is support out there. We need to develop and draw on what has been laid down, and the NGOs should work on that. And this is our goal, and this is the utmost goal of these panels, to come up with proposals, with solutions, with the way to go ahead so that it can benefit your work on the field. In the past, there used to be a program for public procurement for clothes for the first formers. There used to be a period during which we were involved in this, and then there was this scandal in 2008, if I'm not mistaken. A company from the city of Dupnice, which had hired 20 people, they were into the shoe manufacturing business, but they got the public procurements for clothes too. And there is a public procurement agency which is quite powerful, but we are shifting the focus. But this is a job. This is a source of income. Yes, public procurement is an invaluable source of income, and you apply for them. You may win a tender, and you compete even among each other. We are aware of that, but this is the way to go. Sometimes you win a tender, sometimes you don't. We will initiate a meeting with the National Union of the Cooperatives to raise the issue of public procurement tenders, It'll be very helpful if you could do this. The Q&A session has started with the representatives of cooperatives and enterprises. Have you got any questions, or would you like to share something or make a comment? Having heard this colleague and their problems, we share some of them. As a municipal company, we have the luxury of offering training to our staff, and we have well-trained staff in our workshops. However, the challenge that we are faced with, and we may think how to regulate this, we do not have access to the purchasing process for equipment, so that we can equip our staff with the machines they need to increase their productivity. So some need one kind of support, others may need another, so that we can have up and running social companies. Thank you. An idea for you. Have you completed your project? Is it still on the way? Yes, it has been finalized, but you're registered under the Municipal Municipal Property Act. We have been through the resilience, and in 2020, the Municipal Council of Plovdiv made this company, our company, a municipal one, subsidized by the budget with the support of the Plovdiv municipality. But you should have in mind that the pandemic is still on, and we have specific needs, and we cannot apply for funding for equipment. What is the status of the municipal company as of now? I can't hear you very well, I'm afraid. It's a municipal company subsidized by the budget under the Municipal Property Act. Thank you very much indeed. This is a private case, and we can have face-to-face discussion. Any other questions or comments or proposals? A Center for Protected Equipment, Protected Employment. Sorry, have you approached them? Ms. Sinjirleva proposed this option. We couldn't do it because we used to have a different status back then. I couldn't make sure that the company would be sustainable for 3 years when I had no idea if it would continue to exist. Yes, there are interventions out there. You should keep an open eye for them. Colleagues, I suggest that we finalize this panel. I would like to thank the panelists. The questions that we need to consider are numerous, and we need to come up with a proposal based on the interventions, and they will be submitted to the government. Thank you very much for your participation. Good luck to the next panel. Thank you.
Certo. Possiamo iniziare, Gheorghi? It's ok? Grazie. Bene. Allora, buongiorno a tutti.
Good afternoon to everybody. So far went my Bulgarian. Thank you very much for being here this afternoon. Yesterday, at this stage, the President Radev awarded me, and in the evening he gave me another award. He told me that if you have to take your award home, you have to be a moderator, which I accepted with great pleasure. I start by reminding you that today it's Saint Geronimus, and I'm telling you this because this is the International Day of the Translators and Interpreters. That's why I would like to thank everybody which is up there. Usually they're behind, the lights are off and they're not to be seen. After that, I have to tell you that from Italy I was following the preparation during these days, and especially these events which is exceptionally significant for the cooperatives. The meeting between cooperatives and municipalities are very important. Why? Because cooperatives are operating locally, and the starting point is the municipality where the cooperative lives. For cooperatives, these are the people they receive, while in municipalities the starting point are the citizens who live on the territory of the specific municipality. And I'm extremely happy, and I'm very happy that I have to open this conversation. Italy, Bulgaria, Bulgaria, Italy. I'm here in Plovdiv. I have come many times here. Plovdiv is the European capital of culture with our town Matera 2 years ago. And I'm very happy to tell you that the year 2023, Bergamo and Brescia, two towns who were specifically affected by the pandemic, will be capitals of the Italian culture. So I'm saying as early as now to the mayor of Plovdiv, you will be invited for this celebration. We will have time enough to get ready. I was informed that our mayor, the mayor of Brescia, is online. So, but Marco Federoli will replace him and speak on his behalf. This is a person who's been for many years dealing with social services, and that's why I'm particularly happy to have him. So I'm giving the floor to the deputy mayor. It will be a little bit difficult, but I'll go as far as Gheorghi. So I would like to present Gheorghi, and I'm giving you the floor. Thank you. And that's where my Italian ends up. Good afternoon from me as well. I'm extremely pleased to be attending this event today, the present session of the European Forum on Social Entrepreneurship. Together with me here are Mrs. Veselina Botova, as well from the Social Policy Directorate. She's a director. And Mrs. Vanina Kostadinova, which belongs to the social enterprise for people with disabilities in Plovdiv. Several years ago, under a project of the Operational Program for Human Resources Development. We succeeded in establishing this social enterprise where 32 people are working. We've got 3 different workshops. One is ceramics, the other one is dressmaking, and the third one is something which is unfrequently met. This is glass blowing. They produce extremely beautiful items, and they're very well accepted not only by the Bulgarian market but as well abroad. So it's, you know, it's for souvenirs, memorabilia, for presents. When we used to wonder what our social enterprise should do, where the opinion was prevalent that we have to produce things which are not perishable, which could be stored for a longer time, and to be sold. So it's not only when Plovdiv was the European capital of culture, together with Matera. But anyway, Plovdiv is a tourist town, although we do not have a sea or skiing facilities. But many tourists are visiting our town because it's an ancient town, the most ancient living town in Europe, where life has not ceased for the past 8,000 years, and to be able to sell the products of the social enterprise. Special shop was placed at the disposal of the social enterprise in the underpass in front of Tremoncium Hotel. We have provided them with funds for renovation. So this is a neighborhood, the neighborhood of artists and artisans, the so-called kapana or trap. So after the project finished, we undertook the maintenance and the funding of the social enterprise, but they have so many orders placed that very soon they will become self-sustainable. The municipality of Plovdiv is with a well-developed network of social services targeted at different groups, from children to adults and to the elderly, aiming at supporting people in need, for which we have long years partnerships with the Agency of Social Assistance, with the Ministry of Social Policy and Labor. But you will get more details from Mrs. Botova and Mrs. Kostadinova. If anyone would like to ask me questions, I'm here, I'm at your disposal. Thank you for your attention now. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will see now, we'll try to get connected to Italy. Let's check this connection. It's an online connection. Well, while we get information from Brescia. Brescia is a town in the North Italy. There is Marco. Hello, Marco. Do you hear me? That's fine. I wanted just to say a few words. Brescia is situated in northern Italy. It's a town inhabited by 200,000 people. Historically, well, but he cannot hear us at present. Well, he's waving his hand, so obviously he hears. Well, just a second to fix the technical stuff. Well, he hears us already. There is an echo as a background sound. Because English, Bulgarian, and Italian are running simultaneously. Thank you, Marco. I am aware that the mayor had some commitment, which was as an emergency. The English translation is heard the loudest. As I said, Brescia is with 200,000 inhabitants. It enjoys an ancient history which has been rediscovered. Manufacturing was always present there. I hear the English interpretation, not the Italian. Would you please... Well, when I block the translation, I can hear you. Let's see now what's happening. I was told it's okay. I was just saying the two words, few words about Brescia. Something I'm very particular about is that Brescia is an industrial town which in recent years had discovered many additional roads and paths. The road of culture, the museums, we've got lakes for several kilometers, we have a mountain as well. So this is a place in northern Italy which we rediscover. I will not present Feneroli, but just in a few words. First, one can be a politician by profession or politician by interests. We, Feneroli, acknowledge that our councillor is someone who dedicated himself to politics, and he dedicated himself to politics not to get involved, but to deal with people's issues. When he assumed this position, actually he accepted to work hard in this direction. I deem him as a friend of cooperatives. This morning, in the previous meeting, I listened to various lectures. I listened about the red tape, about the agency, their involvement in projects. Well, these are the same projects we develop here in Italy, but I can guarantee that when there are people who fit in the picture, when people work with their heart and soul, things are solved. And when I said that, I will give the floor to our councillor, Emilio De Bono, which has been involved in cooperatives for a long time. If there is a need, I can provide another quotation if needed. So would you please introduce yourself? I'm a councillor for social services whose expenses amount to 50% of all the current expenses of the municipality. This is a long tradition of Brescia in the social sphere, a long time tradition in the social sphere. We're trying to cope with all problems, to solve all the issues, but solving is a little bit more difficult as a task. It's very important because in my mind, matters should be explained, exposed, and then we have to cope with them and solve them. The method which we implement to manage this difficult situation is the method of common projects which is shared. With whom is it shared? It's shared with the municipality, with the cooperative and the alliance. alliances and institutions which are managing the adult population, the institutions addressing adult population. In this manner, we can overcome a number of bureaucratic difficulties and obstacles. To design together things which need to be done, and in a consistent manner to meet people who are performing these services in order to be aware of the difficulties they encounter. This allows us to know better the difficulties they come across and solve them. This is a system of a cooperative which we call joint designing. And to start drafting the 3 years plan for the next 3 years in general addressing the social sphere. Marco, please speak, without interruption, because this translation is simultaneous. Of course, our intervention is completely in the social spheres. 25% of the population living on our territory is a population which is consisting mainly of women. This is quite a specific characteristic of our town. So what has to be the contributions to the homes for elderly people or centers for integration are better developed to service elderly people, and this is a service we try to develop in such centers to be able to go on to the big topic of disabilities, where we have the presence and where we are present and we work in open centers. With disabilities, the issue is growing, which we become more and more aware. It requires a programmed response in an adequate manner. As far as these centers are concerned, as well it applies, but as well as our daily life. For instance, school children with disabilities, we have to provide as well means of transportation. So the scope of services offered, and we intend to extend, the more we offer to people, the growing number of requests will be placed with us. We are increasing the resources by trying to unite the families of people to be able to give an adequate response to their problems. We are trying to, as well, overcome the issue of marginalization concerning people who lose their jobs and thus they lose their dwellings. And our goal here is to ensure to everybody some means of overcoming this situation. We used to have houses where we offered to people to stay for 6 months after they lose their housing, and that's how we started. And little by little, we're helping them to become independent and to develop the skill of overcoming themselves their problems, to find them jobs And this new service is starting in the next few months. We are searching for jobs for people who are marginalized or disabled, to locate the appropriate job for such people. Of course, investments are significant, and when families are getting into a period of economic difficulties where they are unable to pay their bills, charges, for just basic things, then people get desperate and they start looking for means of overcoming this. This is a very sensitive situation, and during the pandemic these problems deepened more. And there comes the role of the state and the national authorities to help people. We work as well on issues of maintenance of housing, so people will have a place where to live. We very often maintain houses. Very often owners of houses need some additional funding to maintain their houses in a proper condition. For the recent 5 years, we have succeeded in doing many things. Well, I can just tell you some of the aspects of our work. What I refer to is inclusion. Do not forget that Brescia is a small town with 200,000 inhabitants and 45,000 people who have, which are foreigners and who have arrived to the town for the last years. 38,000 have come from outside the European Union and they are looking for asylum. And this is belong to the national system. So 97,000 euros per year are invested into their inclusion to the society. We have 160 nationalities in our town, and we are trying to ensure cultural mediation as well as to approach culturally with these foreigners and to aggregate them to the Italian reality to be able to get inserted in our reality. So this is a very delicate matter. We are offering innovative services, a digital neighborhood where kids will be able to spend their time of leisure during the afternoons when they have already out of school. So we cover 33 neighborhoods of the town and their kids are coming there. We have as well services addressing elderly people. Our goal is to invest funds both in innovative ideas as well as into the cooperatives. The correct governance is taking care and is ensuring that the state apparatus will overcome the crisis, which unfortunately transformed itself into an economic one. Thank you very much. I know it's difficult, but it's difficult to summarize all these topics. Will we succeed in enabling again our mutual hearing? So this summary is summarizing the framework within which you operate. In and around the town, there are about 1,200,000 people. You work with so many people. I'm referring to your town. We see everything you do. We're interested in your activities. I know that the administration is usually for a term of office of 5 years, but you are planning in a longer perspective. We hope that the projects you start, they will be continued by your successors. But I don't listen. I don't hear now the Italian translation. I will now cede the line, but I will address as well the representatives of Plovdiv. What is happening in Plovdiv with social services?
Не чувам. Veselina Boteva is my name, and I'm the Director of Social Policy Directorate with Plovdiv Municipality. What are the trends regarding social services? It depends on the budget that we have allocated for the purpose. Let's have a moment to overcome the difficulties of live broadcast. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to my colleague for his input outlining the situation in Italy, in Brescia municipality. I'm impressed by the large opportunity scope that they provide to their citizens, and I hope they will continue in developing their social policy in the same direction. Let me tell you something about Plovdiv's policy. The integration that we intend to follow, the support we provide support to the people in the so-called risk groups. These are people that drop out of the labor market, and these are usually people with various degrees of disabilities. Yesterday, Mr. Tityukov mentioned something about it, and some years ago, Mr. Tutu, we were able to apply under a special program to set up the first social enterprise in Plovdiv. It was the time at the time, we were one of the first, and there was no law to govern our activities. We were focused on case-by-case case supporting the disabled people. Via the operational program, we were able to do something. But with the new operational program, we were able to build on the services already provided to such people. The social enterprise community, so to speak, was set up, and the people that we hire actually adopted their job, their work as a mission. They are so committed, but it's so difficult to work in a situation like that. To work in the area of social enterprises. All those involved in this field are aware of all the obstacles and difficulties. We are in partnership partnership with another organization that, using their own funds, set up social enterprises. And we are in partnership with a health fund that actually develops some relevant activities. We are very happy to work in parallel, and we have a structure that is capable of further developing social entrepreneurship. And we are, of course, in touch with all organizations that are willing to support social entrepreneurship. We have gained experience in the course of the years. We are not only concerned in provision of employment, but also we are negotiating with centers that work on setting up labor habits or work habits among such people. Plovdiv in general is a town with very low unemployment rate, and we have an option to provide better qualification to the disabled people so as to improve their job opportunities. So I believe we have some success in that area. Very important is the policy that we implement as a set of social services provided to elderly, to people with mental issues. The services that they use are subject to social entrepreneurship. The labor involvement of these people is very important. Let me give you an example. We inspire in them some work habits, and they are committed to acquire skills and to learn, to get educated. And it's so rewarding to see their happy faces when they achieve certain objectives. As mentioned previously, the disabled people need to learn what it's like to go to work on daily basis, because the majority of them don't have a clue, have never had a job in their life. So what we need to do is first to instigate this work habit in them, and afterwards to retain those habits, and this can happen only via proper placement to a job position. So this is the policy of our municipality. Develop disabled people not only for their personal development, but also for expanding the options of social entrepreneurship. And of course, we attract possible partners in order to support our activities. Thank you very much to the organizers for hosting this forum for social entrepreneurship. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you our experience and our good practices. You have been very precise. I sometimes joke, and sometimes I fear my jokes are rather inadequate. You mentioned that you try to teach people to go to work. I know how difficult it is. I feel rather scared by the difficulty of this task. I know how difficult it is for the young people with no disabilities whatsoever to make them go to work every day. We were not successful in Italy. So today, young people are not only excluded by the labor market, from the labor market, but they needed to build a sense of duty to work. Allow me to change a bit the program, and I will give the floor to the lady to speak right away so as to conclude this topic of Plovdiv. I give you the floor, ma'am. Hello from me as well. I'm director of the municipal enterprise for disabled people. My colleagues mentioned numerous things. I try to outline the things that were not mentioned previously that are important for us. 3 years ago, together with Mr. Tityukov and Ms. Boteva, we initiated Plovdiv Social Enterprise and Entrepreneurship. We participated personally in the selection of disabled people. The trend at that time and our belief at that time was that we need to attract young people that have been staying home alone for a long period of time, were unable to work. We succeeded in teaching them to work under a project, and due to our persistence, we succeeded. The role of the municipality is huge in this case because it supported it required a long period of time. It requires time to train from scratch such people. I suggest we look at the video, a film that we prepared for this forum, so that you can see firsthand how we work, and later on I will tell you some additional things that might be interesting for you. Very interesting director's decisions. Is it possible to see the video? Social enterprise for disabled people, Plovdiv. this enterprise work people of different disabilities and age range. Our purpose is to prove what's the impact on their life and support them integrate into society. The social enterprise has 3 professional ateliers in glass blowing, ceramics, and textile. In the glass atelier, we have handmade unique Christmas decorations. The ceramic workshop produces various items, accessories, including jewelry. In the textile studio, we produce bed linen, flags, and various other items under the design of clients. Particularly proud we are of the sewn flags of Plovdiv municipality and the national flag. As you have seen, our enterprise is very young. We have 3 years of history. In this period, we succeeded in covering the needs of Plovdiv municipality, of the needs of various items, bed linen, flags, tablecloth. As you heard about the flags. But we did something very unique. You saw it in the video. This idea was born in the enterprise itself by the people working there, setting up this unique the glass work studio. The municipality supported us. Currently, this studio is attracting very large interest, not only across the country, but abroad. We succeeded in training 5 people with disabilities. The teacher was the only glass master in Plovdiv. He was very good in teaching these people in glass work, and they can do their job and do the Christmas decoration glass ornaments on their own. We can even personalize the Christmas decoration. This is not the only thing that we did. We have designated shops. The municipality also supported us in that endeavor. We want to enter the market. We don't want to be confined to the municipality alone. We want to develop further the enterprise and to be able to sustain itself, to provide sufficient work for self-sustainment. Our electronic shop was set up because of the pandemic. People cannot move around as they used to, so e-trade, e-commerce is something very suitable for further development. And I believe the possibility to trade is an issue for all social enterprises, especially at times when competitiveness is a serious issue. This is, in brief, the activity of our enterprise. Thank you very much. I don't want the public administration to help me. I want it to make sure I can be independent. I believe this is the main sentence here that we take as a lesson learned. This is the most difficult thing. Very frequently, we want something from the public administration, and then it responds to us that it doesn't have the resources. We heard the sentence, we did draft the project together. This is not done in secrecy. There should be a transparent process. A social enterprise follows certain principles, and these are the principles of the future, for future development, in order to make sure we survive and develop. This is something that won't be resolved today or tomorrow. Now I give the floor to our colleague. Let me. Her name is rather difficult, so let her introduce herself.
Good afternoon. My name is Denica Gabrovska, and it is an extremely pleasure and honor for me to be here with you and talk to you about an interesting activity in the city of Varna, which aims to offer social inclusion to those youngsters who leave facilities for parentless children. After they turn 18, they are unable to continue to living there, and so they should be offered some support. Otherwise, they may turn the wrong way. So, if we take a lady, Gergana, who left this facility early, but she got pregnant, she had a baby, and her baby ends up in the same institution. If we take a boy, Ivan, who is to leave the center soon, but before that he does that, an expensive car waits for him, from where he's promised a great future, but he might as easily end up in jail. So this is the way to go for these young people. Such stories were the real lives of a lot of people, and this is what our volunteer group came across. So they went to this center, and in a couple of years, these volunteers got to know these youngsters very well. And over time, the volunteers noticed that the youth were not prepared for real life. So this volunteer group was called Pink Glasses, and they realized that once these youngsters turned 18, they were no longer within the support of the government. They were left to their own resources. And as a result of these workshops, the volunteers realized that they were encountered with people of age who were not able to live independently, so they started looking for a solution to this problem. And the solution they came up with was to offer mentorship in a supported environment, because this was what was missing. So this is how the social tea house came into being. I'm proud to say that I am a member of this team. So this was the negative background, but let's now turn positive. Why does the social tea house exist? Because we believe that everyone has the right to a good quality of life, and the fact that one does not have parents does not mean that these people cannot live a happy life. So the fact that they didn't have a family places them in an isolated environment, and hence they are prone to a variety of risks. How to implement this cause of ours? By offering mentorship support and work in a supported environment. This program is addressed to young people who live in come from dysfunctional families or from a parentless background, in order to be raised into well-prepared professionals. We have weekly workshops with those children aged from 7 to 18 to teach them some skills in cooking or some other manual work. And when the weather permits, we take them outdoors or for a picnic. And when they turn 18, they can start working at the tea house themselves. They can serve customers, they can plan deliveries and work for logistics. Apart from professional growth, they also receive personality support. They increase their communication skills, time management skills, financial literacy, sexual culture, etc. And we implement our cause by offering them not only professional but also personal support. The tea house is a beautiful 3-story building, which is a monument of culture in the city of Varna. On the ground floor there's the bistro, and then the second floor there is a conference center, and the top floor is for individual workspace. A lot of art ateliers are held there. And this is a beautiful microclimate for the youngsters, who can learn by doing, learn by experiencing. So they have access to different activities, which challenge their own skills and capacity. This is how they can overcome their own bias and can learn a lot to lead a good quality life. This is my favorite picture. Having told you about the tea house, I would like to quote some statistic, because figures are the reliable evidence. 160 youngsters have been through our mentorship program. We had 450 workshops with adventure camps, 120. The events that were held were over 14,000, and tons of tea were consumed. And last but not least, our tea house was rewarded many times, and we were rewarded by the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy for social innovation in the area of employment, the social company reward of the global entrepreneurship monitoring, and the best volunteer initiative, a reward given by the President of Bulgaria. And last year, when COVID struck, instead of closing down, we started to escalate, and we opened a new tea house in Plovdiv and Veliko Trnovo. The Veliko Trnovo team was supported by the municipality, and they started refurbishing. Since March, we started holding our workshops with youngsters in Plovdiv. We're looking for a building at a central location so that it can be easily accessible for many. We hope that next time we see each other, we will be able to welcome you to our tea house in the city of Plovdiv. And now, you remember the first two stories that I told you about Gergana and Ivan. If we imagine that Geri joins the mentorship program at 13 and she starts working at the tea house at 16, becomes financially literate, sexually literate, and more self-confident, will the story that I told you come through? What if Ivan was part of the mentorship program? Would he become a dealer, a drug dealer, and end up in jail? It depends on their life choices, but they will have seen that the tea house offers them different options, different opportunities, and a totally different lives. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your efforts. It would have been nice to be treated to those muffins that we saw in the picture next time. Now we are about to have our telebridge, and we will have Jada. Let me introduce her, Jada Gatti. She's 31 years old. She has grown over the years. Can you hear us? Good afternoon. That's great. She's a young girl. She's younger than the cooperative that she works for because it was founded in 1984. She's a psychologist, and her area of expertise is the minors. And next to her, I don't remember the name of your colleague. Yes, this is Roberta. You have 5 years. Sorry, 5 minutes. We would like to run a presentation. Can you please run the presentation? Could you run the slides, Maya, please? We sent you the presentation. Please run it. Jana? Everything is so familiar. Same thing as we have in Italy. We want to be computer savvy, but it is a bit difficult. Share screen now. This is it? Great. Go on. Go ahead.
And families. Today we talk about 3 particular projects oriented to social inclusion. we work with guys in order to improve their autonomies, working for their inclusion and well-being. Our network is composed by juvenile court, social work of the districts, schools, temp agencies, other non-profit organizations, voluntary association, and sport organization.
Работим с
Ma potete parlare anche in italiano,
One of the project is the Caregivers Project.
Scusami, mi senti? Potete parlare in italiano che così fanno meglio i traduttori.
Ah, ok. Ok.
Lo so che vi siete preparate bene, ma volevamo vedere se sapevate bene l'inglese. Ok, ora parlate in italiano.
Ok. Quindi
All right, you can speak English. We heard you. So now you can switch to Italian. Our project is addressed to young people aged 18 to 21 who live out of their own families because of judicial reasons, because they had been sanctioned by court, and they have the active role in building their own projects. Social housing is one of them. They can accommodate young adults aged from 18 to 21 who have had difficult experiences with their own families. We also work. We have 3 apartments available where these people can stay from 6 to 18 months. We have a team of 2 educators. These young people who reside in these houses, they have come to Italy unaccompanied. They were minors at the time, and they have difficulties with their paperwork, with obtaining their permission and asylum papers. They need some time for the paperwork to be issued. They have their specific needs related to social inclusion, and the work that is being done is related to job placement full-time under the Italian legislation. They also need to have the relevant skills. This boy is called Mamadou. He's 18 years old. The first step that he should go through is to have the mediation of the social assistance. We build trust between each other, trying to learn his desires and expectations. Our main goal was to make him autonomous in our territory, to help him learn Italian, to learn about the services that he is entitled to, but also to be included, to have job placement. Today's situation is that he works at IKEA. He has a driving license, and he has the possibility to make a family. The services that we have provided to him have been can expand. We are trying to expand our services. We are looking for new volunteers who can help us reach out for these youngsters and youth so that we can achieve our goals. Great. I hope that you can stay connected and see how we move on. Have you heard? Did you hear what these girls have told you? Please nod, make a sign. Thank you very much, girls. In order to keep up with the time, let me summarize. I will not read out the 2 pages of my intervention that I shared with the interpreters. I've been coming to Plovdiv for several years. We had 2 delegations to Italy. They visited our region, and they noticed the difference, which is significant. Our cooperative movement is not as old as yours. It has been recognized by the Italian constitution, and it is very well regulated, and there is a very important legislation which regulates them. About 6,000, there are 6,000 employed people, but there are 250 social enterprises in Italy, in the 250 municipalities. So our presence is quite visible, given the statistic. In an area, in a region which is very affluent, we are among the richest municipalities in the EU. So we have the resources available, so it's much easier. It's much easier to do it from scratch elsewhere. So when people approach us, they see what is being done, so advanced. But we should consider the context all the time, because we share the same problems as you do. We have plenty of cooperatives and resources, but if there is no cooperation, if there is no communication, so if they don't draw on the collaboration, they will be lost. And I appreciate of what you're doing in Plovdiv. I'm thinking that the Plovdiv municipality can't even imagine, once it resolves its problems, that the problem ends there, because the people living in other municipalities have an impact on our lives. They come to our municipality. So if I'm into transparency, I can't do it in my own house. So this is the same with the law. If the national legislation cannot run in a certain direction, it's very difficult to continue working. And let me talk to you about a project, a topic which has been in the pipeline for many years, but now it's a law. It will consider the continuity. So people with disability, kids with disabilities grow, they start working, but what happens to these people once they are out of the family and the family is gone. For several years now, we've had a law in Italy which allows for projects to be developed for residence, a place of living for those people as an alternative to these institutions, so that they could live an independent, decent life. And then there are economic resources allocated to these people so that they can receive the full support. So it's called After Us. So this is a project which has become quite popular and widespread. Now let me give the floor to Nadezhda. I think I've learned that she's a great mother. Is it true? Please. Can you hear me?
Така. Чака да ми падне. Аз ще го взема в ръка. Ще ми е по-лесно.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadezhda Todorova, and first of all, I'm a proud mother of a daughter with a Down syndrome. I'm also the founder and the CEO of the Up with Down Foundation, which I established with the mission of offering a happy and meaningful life to children with the Down syndrome in Bulgaria. The topic that I decided to talk about today is linked to the overall topic of this forum, but it's also related to the specificity of the Down syndrome. What you can see is in this logo. Under the logo is the name of the project. It's called Help Me to Be Accepted. It's a project which was triggered by our personal story that I will briefly touch upon soon. It was initiated as a topic that we focus on, that is the inclusion of children with the Down syndrome, starting at the kindergarten level, through school education, and consider all the problems that these children encounter. This topic is closely related to everything that has been discussed today. This is because before a child decides to join the labor market, regardless of whether this child may have a disability or not, this child should be given the preconditions for that. I honestly believe it all starts in the family, and this is the main motto of our foundation. We believe that when a child is well supported by the family, with the relevant resources and expert support that is needed, and raised with the values that are relevant, this child is ready to become a decent member of the family first and then of the community. Let me run a video now, which is linked to the topic of inclusion and acceptance in the educational system. It's a positive message that it conveys, and then I will continue with the rest that I've prepared for you. Love, we love, be tolerant, we are tolerant, accept the different ones, we do, and we hand down the good further. I'm proud of all of you, kids. Be proud. Love the others. Goodbye, Viara. It was great that you were with us. This short video was the evidence. I'm really very emotional. So it's the evidence that in a state-owned kindergarten, it is also possible to have an inclusion in the best sense of the word, and it is the positive end of our story. Our story was not that happy before we got to that point. My daughter was not well accepted at the first kindergarten that she was enrolled in, and I started looking for other options to make her feel better. It took a while, months, during which I was looking for a different facility. I will not tell you the details, but let me say one thing about the preparedness of the system and of the people working in it. So the system is built by each and every one who works there, starting from the parents and ending up with the headmasters. At the end of the day, after I had a tour of kindergartens, I found this one, which although had no experience with kids with special needs, the headmaster embraced my daughter, so did the teachers. So this is the outcome for in a year's time, provided that during this year the pandemic struck and we had online learning and a lot of absenteeism, but it is possible nonetheless. So let me go back to the main principles that I believe are essential in raising a child, regardless of whether this child may be with a Down syndrome or having some other special needs. Acceptance starts within the family, and there are a number of factors at play. First, we should accept the situation. We should accept the fact that the child is different, the child is special, and we should make sure that the child is able to overcome them. We should give our child the possibility to grow with the support he or she needs, and at the same time prepare the environment which is related to the subsequent stages of its development. Where the child should be successfully integrated. This is a picture taken at the kindergarten during the first days. The topic related to the society and the acceptance it gives to people with disabilities, starting with the kids, is directly linked to the family and to the extent to which a family will prepare a child so that this child should become a member of the society in terms of skills, habits, upbringing, education. So these are the requirements that we should place on our children. This foundation works with information awareness campaigns addressed to the parents, because we believe everything starts within the family, and it is up to the parents who should believe in their children and then to work with the children in the proper way. Then support should come, and it is related to support given to the parents, but also to everyone who is involved, is engaged with the children at school and then at work. Our information awareness campaign and our educational campaign are still at the inception phase. They are very simple, straightforward, and if everyone, regardless of whether they are a parent, a teacher, a headmaster, if they start applying those principles to raising children, children with special needs will be well accepted in the society. This is the leaflet that we produce, and they are available for you to take. And now a few words about the system, because more or less we all live within this system, and we come face to face with it one way or another. The way I see it is not to challenge the system in a way which is aggressive. We cannot demand from the system and to force the system to accept children with disabilities. I think the way to go and the way to be successful is to work with the people contributing to the system. It is because, as I said earlier, the system is all of us. We all are part of the system, and when all these building blocks of the system, that is, if every one of us is familiar with the problems firsthand, and when we realize how we can contribute to the problem solving, then the system will be more prone to change. But it can change only from within. It can't be a change from outside in a violent, forceful manner. So changing from within, changing the people, the people's mindset is the best way to go and change for the better. And everything that every one of us as a parent, as a social and entrepreneur, or as a human being likes is to have a decent and happy and meaningful life for every member of this society. And let me finish off this emotional intervention. I didn't expect to be so emotional. I'm lost for words, and I apologize for that. It rarely happens nowadays, but indeed I somehow relived my life story. So let me finish off with another video, which is indicative of how, when you're educating certain values And when you are ready to raise a child despite the disability or despite the syndrome, as our case is, this child will learn, will advance, and at the end of the day is to have a meaningful member of our community, and this is achievable. You will see a video of my daughter, who is only 7 years old now. Let's see it, and you will realize why I decided to end my intervention with it. Viara, 7 years old, has grown. She wants to work. She wants to spin yards. She's spinning yard here. I want to work. So much from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Nadezhda, grazie a te. Intanto...
Nadezhda, thank you. Your daughter is so wonderful. I thank you not only about what you told us about your work and the family, I thank you for the freedom which allows you to move around. We need in our society freedom. We are trying to be very serious. We have to be always serious, to be perfect, to be impeccable. But the freedom, the liberty to move around allows us to achieve goals in life. Well, we have reached almost to the end, and I'm going back to Italy. Susanna, we were speaking about joint design. Susanna is someone who is very often cooperating and jointly designing. And now when times have changed, finally Susanna has the possibility to see some of the ideas which have been realized. Go ahead, Susanna. You've got 5 minutes because we are a little bit backwards with our program. Thank you. I will very brief. Before getting to the slide, I'll start with a very short story, because I first would like to speak about the change of the system, the attempts to change the system. Maria, my brief story is Maria. Maria has got psychological problems. 4 years ago, she visited a pastry shop. She was working in a pastry shop, a project financed by the European Union, FSE, to integrate via the work. The company which agreed to accept her, she started by washing the cups, but now she has been upgraded to the position of a confectioner, and she had some psychological mental problems, and she had to discontinue her internship. Then second year later, sometime after that, she is Maria has changed its social her social status. She started being integrated in another environment. So we'll visit now a factory for the processing of leather items. So she's been supported for the third time in the system, the third time for people with disabilities. We forgot that Maria had accumulated experience in a pastry shop, in leather processing, and finally we proposed something else, and finally, discouraged by European funds in the years 2014, 2015, more than 2,500 people who were attempted to get integrated, failed, and a project cannot start because the system forgets what a certain person is able to do. Well, we tried to theorize something which was not so easy. From the European Social Fund, the nation and locally, and the third sector are the performers. Up to the funding by the state of Italy, and they all had to be sitting around the same table to decide what their resources, public or social, private, and how to invest them. So this will represent a guarantee for the future, because a certain person or a certain appointment will not be born and die with the end of the project. For instance, the inheritance which the cooperatives provide by inclusion into the social material, we have experienced since 2014. Still the enthusiasm is present, but the experience of placement in a professional environment, our proclivity to accompany them, to follow them, to inspire enthusiasm, to make them work hard. So these are the things which the social enterprise taught people and helped them to not to get drowned. If we accept the stimulus provided by the minister in his opening, I'm referring to you, to Bulgarian minister, I'm allowing to enhance social enterprises, and I hope that on our territory will provide much greater ability of integrate those people with the normal labor market. That's what we try to do to a certain degree. By trying to accompany the companies and people who are trying to become independent in their work. For instance, a company has specific manufacturing requirements which are addressed to people. It may be a very simple requirement to get a good position and to behave properly. In Toscana, we had experience, a professional in a project which is more global, and it's not someone who's higher up on the hierarchy to decide about the partnership, but to function in this way. Some laws to enable around the same table where the institutions, social cooperatives and other institutions are sitting together to introduce and establish those centers for job placement. Some people prefer to pay a fine instead of hiring such people. They refuse, but it's because of the lack of knowledge about them. When we propose to company to appoint such people, well, companies are not as bad as we think they are. The goal is more or less to transform some of the tools and turning them into sustainable ones with the same ability of solving the problems, using all the resources, the public resources, and the resources which are economic as well, but which are growingly more competent. The literacy and the capacity for productivity. I hope that I was as much clear as possible. I would like to tell you that Maria is hired back in the to the first pastry shop where she started her professional career. If you wish to ask me questions, you can ask them now or later as you deem adequate. Thank you, Susanna. Well, we don't have too much time. Petty is coming here for the grand finale. This is a wonderful initiative. I've never had someone to prompt me. I would like to have someone prompting me, but let us say the truth. One or two questions might be of interest, but not only this, they will be useful for our work. We need very urgently help to municipal administrations which were foreseen to be present here. We will speak about the future as well. The second thing is the relationship with Italian cooperatives and Bulgarian ones cannot be stopped. It's beyond any doubt. But me in Italy, I'm called Paolo the Bulgarian in Italy because I keep coming to Bulgaria. I met so many people here who are friends, people who deserve to be known. So certainly I'll see you only next year. But we have a program via which we have to keep seeing each other through the clusters and the program. So at the present time, we will bid goodbye, but the host will put together all the questions which might arise. And technologies can and should help us. Have a nice evening, continue your work. I think that even we wasted your coffee break. topic, and because I will have no other opportunity, I would like to thank the National Union and the whole technical team, which is excellently coping, and we have no remarks whatsoever. Congratulations. Congratulations to the interpreters, which are as well perfect, as well as to the organization, which is the same. And I hope that nobody will fail in this excellent job they do. So first I would like to inform you that there is an address from the Bulgarian Agency for Child Protection. It's pretty long. I don't think it's necessary to read it, but they have paid respect to our 9th Forum for Social Entrepreneurship, which means that we have our significance, we have a role to play, and reflect nationally. I would like to say just a few words because the municipality of Plovdiv and the municipality of Brescia introduced themselves. I would like to say that the National Union of Cooperatives is working very well with most of the municipalities. We have signed agreements for cooperation because we are all convinced that without the outstretched hand of the public administration and the institutions, we will not have achieved these results. So the topic which I go directly to is cooperatives engines for the development of social economy in Bulgaria. If I don't read, I will be very long and extensive. So I would like to request to allow me a brief presentation. I will just deal with labor and producer cooperatives, which are subjects in the social economy. The cooperative movement is one of the oldest in the country, with very rich traditions. In January 1895, the first cooperative was set in Bulgaria. It's in the town of Gabrovo. So it started by the creation of a dressmaking cooperative, Napredak, which is the way forward. So this is the appearance of a cooperative, the generation, and this is the way of finalizing. And it's based on the property and labor involvement of its members. That's how the cooperative family in Bulgaria is being supplemented. So cooperatives and other alliances help the labor work cooperatives. So this happened after specific historical prerequisites, immediately after the liberation for the Turkish from the Ottoman yoke in 1878. Secondly, artisanal production crafts were under a very strong competition from European countries, and the cooperatives at that era reflected the best what the Ministry of Education was formulating. It's dating back to 1889. At the end of the 19th century, the cooperative movement, although in its young age, tried to get into to enter the artisanal production, manufacturing. So they appeared as a way of surviving. With the development of cooperatives, there is a number of prerequisites needed. The members of the cooperatives faced the dilemma of taking a big risk because they were very closely linking their development with the development of the cooperatives. Regardless of the difficulties generated at the beginning of the 20th century, very quickly the nomenclature of what's being manufactured by cooperatives is increasing. Leather processing, hairdressing, barber shops, fixing, and other different crafts. their creation was quite innovative for that epoch because they were fulfilling social economic functions of a particular interest, and at the same time they were improving and refining the crafts. A very important historical event happened, which was the creation of the Union of Worker and Producer Cooperatives, which successor is today's National Union of Cooperatives. You know that in 2019, the National Union of Cooperatives was celebrating its 100th anniversary, its centenary anniversary. Last year there was celebrated 125 years since the establishment of the first cooperative, which, regardless of the pandemic which we all had to endure, we succeeded to celebrate it very formally in 8 towns. And we did this in Gabrovo, where was created the first cooperative Napredak. The Act on cooperatives dated 2007. It was as well having acts on helping war veterans. No interest credits were disbursed to craftsmen. During the governance of Stambuliski, a good regulatory basis was created. It's very interesting that for that time, very cheap and accessible credits were disbursed to crafts cooperatives. So that was a kind of acknowledgement of cooperatives as a social and economic force. A number of cooperatives were organized for common supplies, which is exactly the meaning, the sense of cooperatives. The creation of tariff protection for the Bulgarian production was as well established. When the political power changed in 1944, almost every second citizen of Bulgaria was a member of a cooperative. Together with the members of the families, the socio-economic development was embracing half of the population of the country. After 1946, the cooperatives reached a very significant number of 739 cooperatives, and their functioning and development were carried with a direct control and intervention of the public administration. They all were covered by a centralized planned economy, which brutally infringes their principle of self-governance. A big portion of them were nationalized, which means expropriation of the cooperative property. Of course, first were the strongest and the wealthiest to be nationalized, which practically put the beginning of the development of many sectors of the state-owned industry. In the social and economic environment, the cooperatives, many of them, developed as industrial enterprises. The number of their members is in excess of 100,000. In many regions, the cooperatives played a big role in the social economic development. The services in the country were almost fully performed by cooperatives. Many of them were much better than state-owned enterprises with regard of organization, efficiency, economic results and social achievements of the workers. In the period 89-94, they achieved significant progress in social activities. There was created the National Union of Cooperatives, the Council for the Cooperatives, an insurance institute which was performing short-term insurance, which meant a lot, but unfortunately at the end of 1999, with the coming of the Insurance Act, Social Insurance Act, this was completely closed, and the National Insurance Institute undertook this function. But I would like to reiterate that the many cultural places were formed. There were musical schools for kids, and a lot of outstanding Bulgarian musicians, opera singers, etc., came out of this school. In 1989, a historical event happened by the initiative of 134 cooperatives. We cannot but omit the help of the Central Cooperative Union was restored, the National Union of Worker and Producer Cooperatives, as it was established in 1919. So this is a new stage in the development of the market economy via the system of cooperatives. Tremendous work has been done. The first issue was the restoration of cooperatives, their way back to traditional values, their role in the democracy, and implementation of free market mechanisms. The members of the cooperatives of the previous period continued to play an important role in social economic tasks with regard of the population. At present, the National Union of Worker and Producer Cooperatives is one of the biggest employers in the country, and they're one of the biggest and most loyal taxpayers. Their members are in excess of 150 members. The functioning in free market conditions, cooperatives got established as one of the pillars of the social economy. Regardless of the difficulties caused by the global economic crisis, cooperatives demonstrated a bigger sustainability than financial enterprises. This policy is embracing the development of the ecosystem of social entrepreneurship in the country, the legislation initiatives and the involvement of many experts from the National Union, and the propagation of values of cooperatives in the country have made the National Union of the major engine in the development in the last 10 years Europe-wide. We get increasing in number, and we attract many experts from all over the country who contribute to our further growth. So we might say that today the Forum for Social Entrepreneurship is going over the boundaries of Europe. We have Bolivia, South Korea, the United States, which is a proof for the strength of this Forum of National Entrepreneurship. The National Union, which enjoys the necessary respect and cooperation with employers, with trade unions, with all the players in the economy, contribute to the development of social economy. We are members. The National Union is a member of all European and international organizations of cooperatives, maintaining bilateral relations with national structures. Well, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, I could speak extensively, much longer, about the input in social entrepreneurship and contribution of such European fora in this topic. I would like to conclude my intervention, and if you have questions to me after I withdraw, Mr. Georgiev will be the moderator of the topics remaining. But once more, using this platform, I would like to extend my gratitude to the whole team, which is impeccably functioning, and I would like to reiterate the whole technical team and the interpreters. Thank you once more, and thank you for your attention.
Do you have any questions to Mr. Stanchev? Including from the colleagues that are online. Thank you, Mr. Stanchev. I know you need to be on the road, and we appreciate very much your participation here, however short it is. Let me mention in addition that this evening we are meeting with Region Bankia. I need to mention also that our social partnership with Sofia City Municipality, Bankia region, we cooperate very closely, and we succeeded in providing mineral water to the entire area. And this happened with the support of Bankia region municipality. We organized a COP Fest, and we had our partners. Our partners participated also. And this evening we will raise additional issues that we need to resolve together. Thank you very much, Mr. Stanchev. We have here for a very short time a person that actually happened to be a very important moderator in the previous panel that is closely associated with the cooperative movement in Italy, a person that knows very much about the cooperative traditions. That's why I want to give him the floor once again to outline the core of future cooperative development so as to focus on the social entrepreneurship. Mr. Paolo Fognetti. When you're asked to say the most important things about cooperatives, this means that there is not enough time. I turned white hair. I grew white hair because of such questions. We did our job, and we need to make room for the younger generation. Now, at my age, I can dare say anything that comes to mind. Thank you very much, Mr. President. You represent the history of Bulgarian Cooperative Union. And people like me, a bit round, a bit overweight, can participate. In Italy, we have over 50,000 cooperatives, and these people are very important to us. And very often, if we look at the cooperatives in Bulgaria that are smaller, And I believe something is failed to be understood. Regardless of the size, any cooperative is of huge importance for the development of society. Even today, it's the most innovative thing in our development. Quite often, the creators of a cooperative move forward, and somehow they are deprived of the strength to move forward. In Italy, we had a president some 100 years ago, and he showed great sensitivity. You have a president that was present here. If the president doesn't show up, then it will be the vice president or the minister, which means respect and recognition of your work. I know Bulgarian cooperatives are involved in various areas. In Italy, we have something like joint cooperation between different cooperatives, the largest one, and we organized a fair of them. We work in 7 different areas, and very often I hear people saying, today we met, we built houses, and we realize that building houses can be the subject of our activity. In other words, cooperation and corporations join together in order to support each other. We have cooperatives in different fields like agriculture to provide for food security. So it is important for us to join efforts. Antonella? This morning I listened carefully. These public procurements are very difficult for us. We cannot cope with them. In Italy, for instance, that in fact they destroy our enterprises. We cannot respond or meet some of the requirements. In fact, it turns out that our friends from other social enterprises and cooperatives are our largest foes. You are Europeans in your way of thinking, in your mindset, and you have proven this on numerous occasions. Allow me to say that the Italian cooperative movement to support you, I have behind me people that are prepared to work with Bulgarian cooperatives because Italian cooperatives have numerous projects to work with. And the future of cooperatives is with the younger generation. They have the strength to do it. Successful work, and I love you. Thank you, Ms. Lafoliati. I believe we all were amazed by the magic of his word. He is not only very good in his speech, but also has a very large, big heart. This is when we talk about the topic, it is rather easy to demonstrate what social enterprises work on, but let us try to move beyond the zone, and as mentioned by Mr. Foglietti, to outline the different expressions of various cooperatives, to look into ourselves, what exactly are we doing, and take stock of whether we can work together and in what areas, while preserving the foundations of our cooperative principles. We had to have the pleasure of Vaya Boyukliyeva presence here. Unfortunately, she couldn't she didn't have the opportunity to join us physically, neither virtually, but it was very rewarding on her part to send us a video to show us what the Central Cooperative Union is doing. The Bulgarian cooperatives were proud to adopt the decision of the United Nations to declare 2012 for the year of cooperatives. Cooperatives for a better future. That was the motto. It happened in November 2012. In Bulgaria, we released 120,000 balloons, and this was the way in Bulgaria marked this day. The Bulgarian cooperatives have been existing for 100 years, 690 cooperatives, 6,000 employed, all joined in the Central Cooperative Union. We take care of our members. We provide goods and services. We produce bread and numerous other items. We are the backbone of 200,000 settlements. In other words, there is heritage to be left to the next generation. Coop has a motto that combines 6,000 commercial and logistic sites. It uses IT technology and offers over 12,000 items. It is a symbol of quality and good service. The goods are produced by cooperatives all across Europe, Italy, Slovakia, Bulgaria. In Sofia, we have the first organic shop, and Choco Coop, a boutique for handmade chocolate items using personal recipes. The Coop has its first mobile shop. Along the majority of goods that are preferred by numerous households, the cooperative enterprises provide jobs to numerous people. The Coop enterprise Univext is the first company for bottled mineral water. Innovations are introduced continuously, and the production is expanded along with the variety of products. And it participated in the Bulgarian fair, Choose Bulgarian Products. We provide 100% organic herbs for tea and tisane. using the natural sources of Bulgaria, herbal teas that are very well accepted both locally and internationally. Bread producers, bakers are also very well accepted on the market. We expand our activities through various projects. We have our own greenhouses and our own land that is processed, arable land that is processed. Using the cooperative experience and tradition, in 2018, we launched a project, a cooperation project in the Rose Valley of Bulgaria in order to produce roseola and lavender oil. The essential oils together with the bottled mineral water are essential in our product range. We cooperate with Italy, Sicily, on numerous directions. We produce wine, limited series of wine that is especially prepared for the cooperative union. And we also launched a tourist activity, various activities across the country for leisure purposes, combining traditions from Bulgaria and modern accommodation. Our hotels are the preferred family leisure accommodation. Beautiful mountain tracks, beautiful beaches, and other leisure centers and relax centers. For instance, the mountain resort, Coop Resort Zdrave, a 4-star hotel. Coop was built up in Sofia. It was awarded in 2018 for being the building of the year. Next year, it was granted a certificate for being among one of the 100 best hotels in Sofia, with lots of tourist packages offered to visitors. In recognition of the contribution of the Central Cooperative Union is the conference organized with the participation of numerous European organizations. In 2009, 2013, and 2017, Cooperative Europe and Eurocoop conducted its general assemblies in Sofia. In 2016, the president of the Central Cooperative Union organized a global forum, the trading in coop goods and produce, that was conducted during the cooperative days in Brussels. In 2017, the Central Cooperative Union marked its 70th anniversary. it hosted the session of the board of the International Cooperative Union. During the Bulgarian presidency of the Council of the EU, the cooperative, the Central Cooperative Union also had major participation in events. We also hosted the president of the International Cooperative Alliance, Dr. Ariel Guardo, met with the Minister of Labor and Social Policy of Bulgaria, and he explicitly acknowledged the role and contribution of Bulgarian cooperatives in the development of Bulgarian economy. Numerous other conference events were organized by the International Cooperative Alliance to attract young leaders that also planted young trees, cypress trees. In the International Year of Cooperatives was to mark this day, a child fair with pictures was organized in order to highlight the role of cooperatives in society. Numerous advertising leaflets were prepared for the purpose, under the motto, "Let's build better future today." Cooperative enterprises support to local communities providing first need goods. And for this activity, the Central Cooperative Union was awarded special prizes. For instance, child's housing opportunities across the country. There are numerous celebrations organized by Coop Bulgaria. These initiatives show that cooperatives in Bulgaria take care of the younger generation while showing respect to the previous generation. In front of the building of the Central Cooperative Union, we have a statue of Todor Vlaikov for his contribution to the cooperative movement in Bulgaria. There is also a museum dedicated to this. The president honored this event, the opening of the museum, for the increased respect towards the union. The Central Cooperative Union was awarded with yet another prize that was handed over by the President of the Republic. Among all the prizes, we have a golden medal to mark the anniversary mark the anniversary of the Cooperative Union. Over 130 years, step by step, day by day, we move forward with confidence, with a vision up to 2030. 30 while abiding by the cooperative principles. We have our coop zone in the capital city of the country. We plan precisely and we rely on personal commitments of the members and our member organization. All of us together, we can achieve more.
That was quite impressive presentation. As you can see, this is a very large-scale activity. They are also well integrated in the family of the international and world cooperatives. They are a major component of the whole puzzle of the cooperative movement globally. Now let's shift our glance elsewhere and can see an institution which focused in itself the charge, the energy of a missing component, the so-called lending or credit cooperatives. They have an unfortunate history in Bulgaria with a massive onset and serious shakes afterwards. And let me say that in the history of the National Union of Production Cooperatives, there have been several bumpy phases where the cooperative bank played a key role to support the cooperatives, which several times faced the unfortunate doom of bankruptcy. Without the credit cooperative, which gives a very important nuance to this business organization, we couldn't have had the big picture. We have here with us Mr. Popov from the Association of Lending Cooperatives, and let me ask him to introduce the structure that they have, the movement that they have, so that we can have first-hand experience about the important role they have to play. First, let me also start by expressing my greetings to this forum, because we were able to make it at the end of the day. This is what counts. This is what matters. Thanks for having invited me to take part in this forum. It is extremely important for us to contribute to it, and I'm pleasantly surprised with this invitation. If there are Italian colleagues left in the audience, I would like to draw on Paolo's words. I'm sorry he's not in now. Oh, here he is, actually. All of us here, all cooperatives are under the same roof, the roof of cooperatives. This is where we stand, you and us, and those who couldn't make it, or the others who made a movie, made the video. Please remember that this cooperative house makes us work under the same legislation, the Cooperatives Act. So this is what brings us together, and this is what makes us strong. How, as the Italians got together, seven cooperatives from seven different cooperative structures with different financing. This is how we should do it. We should come together, we should stay strong together, we should join forces, and as the President put it yesterday during the opening ceremony, this is what we should do to stay strong, because it is in our best interest. Why am I saying all of this? Because first and foremost, I'm afraid there is some intervention. Sorry about this. I will switch off my cell. There may be people wishing to take part without using our online streaming. So if we the presentation that is run on the TV set, I removed the terms labor cooperatives, and I put it cooperatives, the driving force in the development of social economy, because who are the members of cooperatives? The poorest Bulgarians, and it is the poor that we would like to help and push them forward. And I apologize, but this is how I will like to keep it. Cooperatives, the driver for the development of social economy. The organizers assigned a presentation of our structures, that is the Bulgarian Association of Credit or Lending Cooperatives. Does this work? I think it does. It was based in Plovdiv, and it was set up in 1999. It's an organization which is countrywide, and for 22 years now it's been uniting its members, cooperative and microfinancing institutions to the public good. I will run this faster. Does this work? Is the channel, the slide changer working? I have an issue here. All right. Cooperatives are joined in the Bulgarian Union of Microfunding Cooperatives in Plovdiv, and since 1994, when the democratic changes took force, the so-called popular saving banks were established. The unofficial data indicate that there are quite a few of them. However, there are 50 of them. I'm saying that this is unofficial because the legislation bans the association of such entities. It's a gap in the Bulgarian legislation, and this provides for having cooperatives which work without monitoring, without supervision. The other group of cooperatives, which are the so-called mutual lending cooperatives of private agricultural workers, were established in 1996. There are 33 of them set up with the support of the government and with the European Commission under a project of the Agricultural Capital Fund. The lending cooperatives and the microfinancing cooperative organizations in Bulgaria have been registered as financial institutions under Article 3A of the Lending Institutions Act, and those of them which were established in 1996 have been registered under the Cooperatives Act and operate under Ordinance of the Council of Ministers of 30th of December 2008. Other entities operating as financial institutions are the so-called microfinancing organizations. some of which having received financing from the US through the USAID, and they had to be re-registered as microfinancing organizations. Others, under Article 3A, are the lending institutions, are the lease companies, financial institutions from the EU, and funds. And lastly, you can see in the list, those are the so-called mutual popular savings entities that provide lending, that lend loans to their members. These are the cooperative structures which operate in Bulgaria nowadays. Why am I explaining all of this and why am I drawing this to your attention? Because we have no possibility to set up a lending cooperative in Bulgaria of the type of the old democracies in Europe. In particular, Italy, where there are quite a few of such cooperative structures, Popolare Casa, agricultural cooperatives, which offer finance. There are Raiffeisen, Casa in the Dolomites areas, so they work well and have a very good standing on the market. These structures finance the activities of the farmers, of the citizens in the urban areas. These are cooperatives which lend loans and give possibilities for the development of local communities in Italy. Germany, France, Belgium, throughout the old democracies of Western Europe. What is the mission and objectives of our organization? To support ethical financing, that is cooperative finances in Bulgaria, by introducing ethical financing to small entrepreneurs in the area of regional development, social support, reduction of differences, and enforcing Bulgaria as strengthening Bulgaria as a full-fledged partner our organization has been working in protecting the interests of lending cooperatives, which are the past and the future of the ethics in financing entrepreneurship. The absence of adequate legislation that can regulate the functioning of cooperatives pushes us forward to continue investing our efforts. As there is no working structure in Parliament that we can present our views to, and our projects or draft bills that can support the development of lending cooperatives has delayed our advancement considerably. Ethical and sustainability principles. This is what financing we've been accessing. Ethical financing, access to financing, because a lot of farm workers and citizens in small countries, in small towns or large cities, do not have access to financing. And then the first entity to be approached is us, because we are the closest to them. Ethical responsibility, clearly presented information friendly approach to people, political neutrality. This is essential. Support for innovative business proposals. These are our main sustainable principles. Access to financing in all its forms is human right. Efficiency and is a component of ethic responsibility. Non-economic consequences. The profit generated from property and exchange of money should be the consequence of activities which aim at common good and common benefit. Let me digress here and explain that whoever receives funding or loan from our cooperative under the Bulgarian legislation should also be a member of this cooperative. So, as such, they can benefit from the profit, which is the outcome of the lending cooperative's business activity, and based on the equity, the member will receive, will be entitled to dividends and be part of the prosperity. Maximum transparency in all activities. You will have my presentation, but I don't want to take too much time. And let me focus on the services that the Bulgarian Association of Lending Cooperatives offer, support of and the development of additional services in the cooperatives and microfinancing organizations. We cooperate with the Ethic Finance joint stock company in order to increase the group of services, the range of services offered. It's a project, a large-scale project, which aims to make sure that transactions can be carried out through the FinEthic platform, because you know that banks have very high fees on transactions and account maintenance. I recently had to obtain a certificate from court, and the court officials didn't send me to the bank, which had an office on the floor in the same building, but go to the FinEthic Easy Credit, because the fees there were much smaller, so that I could pay for the court fee. Along with that, we also developed an insurance product, an optimal protection, and each borrower could have the loan insured against certain risks, if it's against flooding or other damages or damage of products or goods. And this insurance product is ready, and it will become up and running in a few months. There are only few insurance companies which are willing to sell such products, but we should make the first step nonetheless. Another service that we are offering are IT services for its members. We have an application, a mobile app, to be used through a smartphone. depending on the area in the country, one can access or get linked to the relevant lending cooperative and apply for a loan and receive an answer immediately. We also have the desire to have the so-called e-exchange, stock exchange or commodity exchange, e-commodity exchange for those members who wish to get to the end users. So some progress has been made on that too. Web design. A lot of our cooperatives do not have their own internet sites. They just don't have them. There are cooperatives which do not have their own website. They may have a business card, but you need to have this business card posted online, because we want to have more cooperatives become visible on the internet. Legal counseling and technical support of other types can be offered to our members. We won a project from the operational program Good Governance for improving civil participation in running the cooperative structures in Bulgaria. This project came out of the blue. Article 36, paragraph 1 provides that lending cooperatives should be regulated under a special act. However, this didn't come through. It was not done, and we keep looking through our international partners for the way to get to our politicians to make sure that they adopt the legal framework which exists elsewhere. And as Paulo said, that they had such good relations with the Bulgarian, with their own government. We wish we could boast the same. For us, however, this is not the case. Our main goal has been to improve the civil participation in the decision-making process so that we can have civil monitoring of the activities and policies implemented by the government in the field of cooperative structures, because they remember that we exist only when we have such insignificant fora, and they will come here when elections are near. But when they are in power, they forget about us, and we should chase after them to make sure that they keep their promises. This is what the situation is. What motivates us to move on and to work for the improvement of the legal framework? First of all, evolution of ideas for the advancement of cooperative values. Inert management would delay innovations. I'm sorry I'm saying this, please don't take offense, but we need to have our body reborn. We need new people. We need to have new developments. We should embrace new ideas. Digitalization is badly needed in order to overcome our delay. The time has come to to be ambitious, and we lost a lot of time, we wasted a lot of time, and we need new young entrepreneurs to come on board. We need new legal framework that can ensure stability. Fear of changes within the cooperative structures is genuine, and we have realized that these issues exist, these challenges exist, because we constantly receive feedback from our members, and we would like to work for the improvement of the legal framework. Currently, the legislation of 2008 has not been amended in any way, dear friends. And if it has been amended, it is because a new law had come into being. And our legal act should be kept abreast with this new development. I'm talking about the GDPR requirements. The recommendations that are drafted during a roundtable that we held during the project were shared with the stakeholders, and a lot of other institutions, including parliamentary committees, but we received only 2 replies, one from the Ministry of Agriculture, because when the Cooperative Act is being revised, this is the leading ministry, the leading line ministry, which should be involved and should set up a committee for drafting legal amendments, and the central bank, which said, no, we are not the ones to be involved in amending the legislation. This is what I have for you. As I said, this is our cooperative house, and it accommodates all of us. And I appeal to all of you to stand strong. So please hand this down and take the initiative to move on with this, because everybody have their own interests. So this is the map of Bulgaria with our lending cooperatives. We are based in Plovdiv as an association. And one last piece of information. Our members and requirements for membership. Any natural or legal person, lending, cooperative, financing, consultancy companies that wish to work for the achievement of the goals of our association. Currently, we have 37 members, which are lending cooperatives. It's a joint stock company. We also have natural persons and experts. We are members of the European Association of Cooperative Banks in Europe, the European Network for Microfinancing. We also cooperate with a Center for Microfinancing in Warsaw. We also partner with all national cooperative associations and movements. We also cooperate with the academia in Bulgaria. And we are open for partnership and memberships what the future holds for us. The market of micro and small loans in Bulgaria will always be active, will be attractive, sorry, for young people with who are business savvy. The European tradition, there is banca etica in Italy. The Italians know it very well. So this is the way to go, and anybody who wishes to support the development of innovations and the development of local economies are welcome to support our project. Lastly, I'd like to thank you for your attention. If we merge our members in and our associations in industrial association, it's one of the priorities for the future. Together we stay strong. This is the motto of the ancient Bulgarian Khan Kubrat, and we should stick to it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you once more for your attention. Thank you. And very solid activities, and of course very important per se. I will permit myself to ask you a question, and I'm almost sure that anyone who's watching us at present would ask, and this is what is the benefit of using your credit instruments compared to bank institutions? First is the easy access to funding. We do not divide people by such which require a big financial resource from those who are requesting a small amount of money. For instance, if we start from 1,000 Bulgarian lev and go through 2, 4, 5,000, but anyone wishing to get a credit from us, regardless whether this person is financially literate or has the necessary coverage, we always approach with the necessary attention and care so that the person who has approached us might get funding for the activity they are willing to perform. And what is the difference between us and banks? Banks are looking for big companies which have high capitalization and which are rather extensive, while we have ordinary people approaching us which have started looking for, modestly looking for some funding, whether it's an artisan or some other activity the person is performing. And at our end, we have those people who indeed have been rejected by the banking system. People approaching us and coming to us come in the hope that they will be funded, that they will get the necessary start either for launch their business or to continue developing it. As I already said, the young entrepreneurs are as well a target group for a multi-annual loan disbursement. The most interesting is that some of them approaching us are not even able to calculate what's the size of the interest. And they're worried, anxious, so we tell them, calm down, we can calculate it, we will not burden you with any additional hidden charges or commissions or whatever. There is no small font. For the small person, is not to fear any small font. That's why I'm speaking about ethics in our business. Everything is transparent. If the person is delayed, we can look at the reasons. We can defer the payment. We are not so strict and ominous, so to say, because we are the structures which are inheritors of the European continental financing of activities. And only after that we can continue as well. When we start looking for certain guarantees, we can, after we see that money will be used exactly for the purpose they are requested for, so actually you offer a deal which could be fully respected, because for me it's very important to differentiate ethical funding from the conventional crediting which succeeds on the market. So we had to emphasize what's the benefit of developing ethical financing. We can as well have startup financing entrepreneurs which do not are not in line with any credit requirements, and they're in a very unfavorable position, a reason for which they are mixed into the whirlwind of short-term projects, because what they request as a project time is actually depriving them sustainability, because if they have a credit for a short term, they cannot take care of their sustainability, because repayment in 2 or 3 years loan does not translate into sustainability. I would like now to turn to Ms. Antonella Ileva to outline a different picture. When we speak about the cooperatives, at least in Bulgaria, they are perceived as structures which have a business orientation. We are perceived as manufacturers, as standard players on the market, if I can formulate it in this manner. But when we have already to actually perform our activities, everybody, including institutions and society, omit a very essential element. This is our social role connected to the sustainability of jobs. This is a completely different project, the cooperative. The cooperative is not a short-term project, it's a long-term project. And because you are a representative of a cooperative with long years of existence, 70, even 71 years of experience, I think that your experience accumulated is sufficient to tell us how we, what is our impact as cooperatives on the provision of sustainable jobs. How often the member cooperative leave at the second, third or fifth year, and how often they remain in a cooperative for almost the duration of all their work life. I would like to just make a clarification that you are accrediting people with disabilities, so there is a difference between having natural persons with disability and those do not have, but at the end of the day they all end up in the market. So on one hand you have to be competitive, and on the other hand you have to perform your activities in a mix of healthy and people and those with disabilities. In our cooperative we have quite a significant number of colleagues who's been working there all your work life, and some of them, after retiring, they continue working with us, and regardless of their age, they indicate that physically they are no less capable than the younger ones. Unfortunately, the youngest in the cooperative are about 40 years, and our oldest member is 76, still working very hard, doing his work in a dedicated manner. It's a very small number of dropouts. At the very beginning, it's clear who will remain and who will leave. If they don't have some internal conviction, they will leave. They can last like several months, but most of the people are there with us over 10 years. So these which are the least ancient are like they're like staying with us for 10 years. We have as well mutual cooperative loan system, and when it's possible we give out dividends, and luckily so far we have protected those people. We work as well with the social committee. For the time being there are no leavers. The problem is that there are no people willing to work in this sector. Otherwise work is available. It's not hard to work, but and people to be completely dedicated to the cooperative cause. Well, at the end of the day, the cooperative is a long-term credit, and people who are there are connected with the cooperative for life, because we are creating a kind of a family. As it was obvious, the cooperative family, although we were unable to present agricultural cooperatives, and I hope that next meeting will have such colleagues, the cooperative family is extensive, it's varied, and more or less we're connected by the fact that each of one is specialized in a certain field affecting our social life, so that by working together we might be able to do much more valuable things, as it was mentioned at the beginning of your presentation. Now, if you please allow me, because we are approaching the end of the time assigned, I would like to have to make some tribute to a person whom I miss very much, and instead of demonstrating what national union is, and without having a long time representation, we are just humble hosts. I would like to show you the video which was prepared for our president, Mr. Bolosopolov, and this is in his memory. We'll pay tribute to him by this video. Аз не виждам надписите. I'm sorry, but I cannot see the inscriptions to translate, but obviously they're rather eloquent. Thank you very much. I would like now to declare our conference as closed. And of course, we expect all the guests to come to the forthcoming consecutive conference, which will have the participation of people from all over the world. Thank you very much.
May I just ask a question to Ms. Slavova? Ms. Slavova, how should I introduce you? Should I introduce you as advisor of the President of Bulgaria on Foreign Affairs? And with your role, your capacity?
Yeah, my former role as President of the Section for External Relations, because we did this, the research with the Commission 2 years ago.
Yeah. Okay, so I present you as a former President of the External Relations Section of the Commission.
Okay. In my position of this, we were working on social economy. Yeah.
No problem.
Чакаме да се наговорят. Мъкнете, бе.
Не, дай микрофона да им кажа да мъкне.
Не, трябва да... Айде. Okay, we are ready. Ms. Dovgan, the floor is yours. Ms. Dovgan, the floor is yours. Ms. Dovgan, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Hello to the colleagues who are in Plovdiv, Bulgaria, and to those who are listening to us online. I just have a technical question before we go on. Can you tell me how can I not hear the interpretation voice in my headphones? Because this is quite disturbing, you know.
You have to choose English and mute the original audio.
In the audio channel?
Sorry?
Is there any technical support? Okay, I don't hear the interpretation voice anymore, so maybe it has been solved. So let's try, let's continue like this. It's quite frustrating. I'm in my office in Brussels, I'm sitting behind the screen, and I know that there are people in Plovdiv, there are people all around the world actually online connected in this session. So it's a bit frustrating not to be together, but at the same time, I think it's a big chance because I took part in several of those events in Plovdiv. I had this chance, and I'm sure that all of you, we would not have the possibility to travel to Bulgaria if it was an in-person meeting. So let's see the positive side of being in online events nowadays. Before we start with this session, I would just like to say a few words that I'm quite emotional to host the session of the fair without our dear colleague Stilian Balosopoulos, who passed away last year, who was the president of the Bulgarian Union of Production Cooperatives, but also SECOP vice president and a dear friend of us. He was a great promoter of this fair, and thanks to him, I had the chance to take part, to be in Plovdiv several times, to discover this beautiful city and this very great fair and international conferences. So yeah, my thoughts are now with my dear friend Stilian. Today we have a very great panel coming from, as I said, all around the world. We will be discussing the sustainable way for development that cooperatives and social enterprises are bringing. Sustainable way for development for us, it's just part of our DNA, but it's great that we also hear what does it concretely mean in different regions of the world and in the day-to-day activities of many of organizations, cooperatives and social enterprises. So I will just a few words. We have two speakers who are present in Plovdiv. We have five speakers who are online with us, and we have two video messages. So let's start with the first speaker. The first speaker is Ms. Diana Slavova. She is She is the former president of the External Relations sections of the European Economic and Social Committee and rapporteur for Balkan-related topics. So, Ms. Slavova, I give you the floor and thank you in advance.
Много ви благодаря.
I'm going to speak my mother tongue, but first of all, I would like to thank you all for participating in this forum. And in fact, it's a forum dedicated also to the efforts of our colleague Bela Sokolov, whom you all know, and who was my friend, and we also presented the ideas of Bulgarian social enterprises in Brussels, because I was the representatives in the Economic and Social Committee. And he was so much dedicated to the idea of social economy and to make it a priority in our Ministry for Social Affairs as well, but also the priority of Group 3 in the Economic and Social Committee. And I hope that now with all members of Bulgarian cooperative movement, we are going to continue this and to lobby for our ideas, of course, and to see also in Brussels. And also in my new position. Now, I'm going to switch to my mother tongue and to avail of this opportunity to speak Bulgarian at this forum.
Now I will present the social enterprises in the Balkans and the role of social entrepreneurship in the Western Balkans. You know that they enrolled to EU. These 6 Western Balkan states have started developing social entrepreneurship. In 2018, the European Commission succeeded in developing very good analysis and profound analysis regarding social entrepreneurship in the Western Balkans via the network of our contacts in those countries. What was established there? First of all, this is basically the development of social entrepreneurship, support of leadership, provision of funding of their activities there, and decentralization and capacity building efforts in developing social enterprises in rural areas, in small settlements. Very briefly, I will touch upon the development of social entrepreneurship in those countries. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, I will start from there, because the analysis started from there. The environment for social entrepreneurship there is very favorable, but we still can say that the sector is in its initial stage of development. The proper framework has been put in place, even though the legal framework is yet to be developed. They need institutional support and funding. There are some projects being developed, but they rely on EU funding. The sector cannot develop independently. Good examples, experience exchange that support the development of the sector. And there was a center for promoting social entrepreneurship was set up. So there is yet to learn a lot over there from our peers over there. They rely very much on, they count very much on joining EU in order to roll out this sector. sector. With respect to Albania, the sector is beginning to develop, but the legal framework is still absent. With small exceptions, there are some social enterprises. They work that work alongside, hand in hand, with some NGOs. But they are missing proper funding for social entrepreneurship development. There are no enough programs to support the sector. Better coordination is also needed between municipalities and mayors in order to support the sector. Serbia. In the region, Serbia marks the largest development of social entrepreneurship with the support of private business. There is a substantial rollout in this sector because the business work under social, corporate social responsibility. There are organizations that are rather powerful and contribute to the development of this sector, and they are really reaching the level of similar organizations and enterprises in EU member states. One of the area that we can say deserves further development would be cooperation with peers in EU member states, and this particular finding applies to all Western Balkan countries. As for the last state in the region, there is a strategy on social entrepreneurship, but there is a need of more resilience in the sector. The cooperative movement there needs also support to develop further. The cooperatives there are mainly in the agricultural sector. Social entrepreneurship in Kosovo is not a part of any educational programs or any programs regarding development of public society in general. It is hard to evaluate those social enterprises that exist currently, but there are some. In North Macedonia, social entrepreneurship is relatively properly understood. Their role is acknowledged, but funding is an issue, so is capacity building. As a whole, we can say that Western Balkans show a trend of linking social entrepreneurship with agricultural entities, not in other areas. The main issues refer to funding and capacity building. They rely on the donor program of EU. The main trend observed is to set up networks of social enterprises with the involvement not only of the state but also of the local businesses and NGOs. There will be a civil society summit of the European Economic and Social Committee that will have in its agenda consideration regarding development of the Western Balkans, of this particular sector in the Western Balkans.
For this encouraging testimony from the region. We in CECOP are following very closely the situation in Western Balkans, and we know, especially for our sectors, for social cooperatives and worker cooperatives, how there are still efforts to be done, but there are also, as you said, very optimistic and promising elements. So let's hope all actors involved will continue in this sector. So now I will continue with the next speaker, Esteban Kelly from the United States of America. Thanks for being with us. Esteban, what time is it for you?
I have to say good morning because for me it's, well, almost 10:30 a.m.
Okay. So Esteban is the Executive Director of the United States Federation of Worker Cooperatives, and I will let him directly the floor so he can speak about his organization and then their work. Go on, Esteban, please.
Great, thanks so much, Diana. And good morning, everyone from the United States. It's good to be with you. I know that our time's limited, so I'm just gonna share a couple stories of how we are supporting social enterprises that are really directly addressing sustainability in different ways, and perhaps we can talk more about it in the discussion and questions. Okay, so I will just say, for those of you who aren't as familiar with worker cooperatives and different associations and federations, our federation is the only national grassroots membership-based organization for worker-owned cooperative businesses in the US. And we do a lot of leadership development, business support. We include not only the cooperative businesses, but a lot of the nonprofit organizations and programs that help to develop new worker cooperatives, and also the ones who provide business support services and technical assistance. So in addition to the technical support that we offer directly, we also include members who might be more focused in certain aspects of technical support. And then, of course, we do a certain amount of advocacy and cooperative education within our membership. I think that's the last slide that has Bulgarian on it, so I don't want to set expectations. Within our grassroots organizing programs, we have a way of organizing our cooperative members called peer networks. And so this is a way for us to bring together some of the cooperatives and democratically run workplaces that are in the same industry. For example, the tech worker co-ops that you see here, they have their own network. And it allows for them to offer referrals to each other, mentorship for some of the newer cooperatives, and just to touch base with people who not only share a similar business model, but are in the same industry. And this, I think, is especially relevant when we start to think about the impact we're having on things like climate change, sustainable energy, and things like that. And so we've been more intentional, in other words, in supporting and pulling together, convening some of the cooperatives that are in industries that relate to this. So we have this worker co-op farms peer network where they are pulling together, information, sharing information about supply chains and sustainable farming practices, and even combining farming and youth leadership training and native and medicinal plant knowledge, things like that. So they get to set the agenda about what the actual content of the work is, because we know that we're not industry experts necessarily, but we kind of provide a platform and try to facilitate the process of groups coming together. We also have a newer group, this Build and Design one, which is actually pretty relevant when it comes to energy, home and building sustainable design and upkeep, so weatherization and making sure that older buildings, including residential ones, where a lot of our members work, can be upgraded so that they're more energy efficient and they're not leaking heat in the wintertime, or even climate control and energy, air conditioning in the summertime. So they're also able to do, again, referrals or to do shared marketing and things like that by coming together. So these are folks in the building trades who do construction and renovation of properties in sustainable building. Maybe I'll just keep going because I know we're short on time with just one or two examples. This is a group that's based in Western North Carolina, and it's actually an image of a worker co-op called Opportunity Threads, and they do sustainable cut and sew as textiles. And beyond what they're doing in their own individual enterprise, they have pulled together or really organized other small textile industry businesses in their region. And so now they have a network of close to 50 businesses that are all in the same area, and they can do supply chain sourcing, shipping, so they can consolidate those things and ship all up and down the East Coast and around the country, actually. And we support them directly by aggregating all of those small businesses together and then offering things like health insurance and medical coverage, some of that collective bargaining that's possible. They put together a really interesting, I'm not going to unpack all of this, but a really interesting infographic that just puts together a little bit, it shows the impact that they're having economically in their region. So Western North Carolina was, before the factories were shut down and shipped to other parts of the world, it used to be a hub of textiles for the US. It was close enough to the source of cotton production, and then the textiles were made, and it was really located in the middle of the East Coast of the United States so that they could have access to trains and shipping lines all the way up to the Northeast and down to the rest of the South. So that's what traditionally was there, and what they're doing is really trying to bring back that industry. This slide talks a little bit about the conditions of poverty in a poor and rural area, and you probably got a sense of this just looking at the picture here, but they are doing job creation for a lot of immigrant communities, particularly from Central Latin America. And some of them are even undocumented and are getting connected to opportunities to work legally using cooperative forms. So we're really proud of the work that they're doing there, and the impact it's having beyond the cooperative enterprise itself in the region. Another kind of obvious example of sustainable business is the solar industry. It's really just booming in the United States and especially in cooperatives. So this is a picture from a group called PV Squared, or Pioneer Valley Photovoltaic. And they're just one of many businesses that we have that are in the solar industry. Some of them have formed purchasing cooperatives where they are getting the raw materials for making solar, for manufacturing solar solar panels together, and then they're able to distribute that among different worker cooperatives that are doing solar manufacturing or installation, and in some cases design. There's another cooperative that's mostly hubbed out of the state of Colorado called Namaste Solar, and it's actually the largest solar company in the whole state. They've done close to 10,000 installations just in Colorado, and then beyond that, they've worked in half a dozen states and have also done some work up in Canada as well. So it's just an example of what becomes possible. They were part of an effort, this campaign, to create this purchasing cooperative called Amicus. And Amicus itself employs over 3,000, close to 4,000 people, and they're generating $750 million in revenue just in that industry, as an example. There's other examples in sustainable transportation, bicycle sort of petty cabs, and even green and electric car fleets that are in the transportation sector. Lastly, I don't want to leave out the importance of the caring economy and its implications for sustainable communities and the health and well-being of our people. So one of our largest cooperatives is Cooperative Home Care Associates. They represent one of many co-ops that are in the healthcare industry, specifically doing home healthcare. A lot of it is for elderly and disabled patients, but they're also a pathway for employment for a lot of women of color. So Black women, Latinx women, a lot of immigrant women throughout the country, and they're an example of a unionized cooperative. They have the largest union of any of the co-ops that we have so far in the United States. Thanks so much. I'm going to leave it there, and we can move on to more discussion after the other comments that I'm looking forward to from my co-panelists.
Thank you, Esteban. I knew that you were speaking a lot of languages, but I didn't know that you were speaking Bulgarian as well. Well, thanks a lot for giving this very diverse declination of what can be a sustainable co-op and worker co-op. And now I'm giving the floor to Carol Manetta. So we are staying in the USA. Carol is the executive director of Reap Goodness, and they're located in Scottsdale. Carol, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share a screen here. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I am the executive director of Reap Goodness, and I'm in the United States, and I would like to introduce myself as an instructional designer, and that is the design and development of all types of training, and I've done that for 25 years. I became interested in sustainability a long time ago, and I researched and planted organic gardening, and I knew that became clear that this was the future, organics. As time went on, I stumbled upon information about a sustainable earth model for climate change mitigation, and that's what I'll talk about today. The purpose of Reap Goodness is a just and viable earth with food and clean air and security for all living beings. It's difficult, and most people would not understand how we could do this in the speed that's needed right now, where our carefully researched instruction, and that will come in handy for all people to be able to do that and to use. First, we take advantage of existing training on worker-owned cooperatives. Reap Goodness has already published 2 general training books on the subject, and so we have a head start. From there, we thought about combining cooperatives into trios, a set of 3 to tackle the broad scale of environmental needs. These can be formed and operated locally by villagers and townspeople anywhere on the globe. They can be formed by agreements that will be featured in our trios books, and so they can operate together or separately as they wish. Their needed physical skills for work to be done can be researched anywhere on the internet. They've already been proven, but it's their agreements and how they cooperate that is new for the future. That physical work that is done, there are many training books already available, and videos, and in-person workshops and more. But it's to capture rain, store rain, and cleanse waters, and develop food forests for permaculture of based foods for security. That is what we're working on. Our work is to train how to form and sustain trios of cooperatives, and to do this work and to do it within the sharing economies locally to the extent possible. That will allow for rapid change around the globe. Since our in-progress ebooks can be published and distributed worldwide in a flash, this concept of trios of worker-owned cooperatives restoring Earth has never been done in human history. It's a first. This is a short list of our alliances and the ones that are important to us. Let me see. I'm going to move this a little bit. These are the most important ones. We have climate healers, and they're dedicated to eliminating animal agriculture. And it's their belief, because science tells us that animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change, that what we can do is change the way we eat. And so that we move, as we choose to eat a plant-based diet. And Systems Change Alliance, that's headquartered in Portugal, gathers organizations dedicated to changing systems and that have contributed to climate change and other difficulties on Earth. We're gathering and sharing resources to strengthen the worldwide change movement. The New Economy Coalition, and Esteban Kelly's organization belongs to this as well, is a set of 200 North American nonprofits dedicated to promoting social entrepreneurship and other systems, to promote economic opportunities across the U.S. and Canada. There's also a joining of hands across the Atlantic to join with organizations in Europe and elsewhere that have a similar focus. The International Society for Performance Improvement is dedicated to worker improvements in all forms of business, and therefore can support internal production for social enterprises. These are the basic systems that Reap Goodness is addressing related to climate change. Creating water security for all the world. The extensive droughts have encouraged us to take notice of the opportunity to fix that with water management. Secondly, food security is an entitlement for people all around the world. And so while restoring the land, local efforts can provide food security for all people in the local region. Polluted waters from manufacturing, agriculture, and other sources are a focus of our intentions, also for including all wildlife globally. This will prevent human illness and death, as well as helping to stem the tide of animal extinctions worldwide. There's one more system that we wish to address, and that system is the sharing economies, where these good activities will be performed. As tribal peoples in history have automatically shared with people, we have an obligation to return to that kind example. What Reap Goodness is doing has never been attempted before anywhere in the world. There's a need for speed in restoring Earth, and that means that what we're doing is involving correcting these systems within nature for their improvement. We propose to train the world with ebooks, training ebooks, and an overview book for the general public to understand how they would work in their community and therefore welcome them. The speed with which these technologies can reach the far corners of the world is the reason we chose ebooks. Once developed, we are going to have them translated eventually into 30 languages, but we'll start with the 5 most used languages to reach as many people on Earth as fast as possible. In order for the world to know what's being developed, we will coordinate all the information updates on YouTube in a series of videos. Because there is currently great interest in climate change and concern about it, we want the speed of delivery to be of greatest benefit. We intend to test this on a particular site that is of high desert nature. It's called the Heartland Trial. And it's on land that's being donated to be used strictly for this purpose. So using this desert land, which has been decimated by cattle grazing, it replicates many of the dry lands that have been created by grazing animals. The surrounding mountains will provide water, which will be managed using the techniques that the cooperatives will use. The plans are in place and they've been prepared by university graduate students. They've contributed these plans in great detail. And there's now a nearby city government whose leader is very interested in this test and how it will affect that local community. Given the current circumstances worldwide, you'll understand that we've had many challenges to forming this test site. The pandemic has discouraged travel from country to country, even within our country. Universities are in a difficult position right now, and since enrollment is down due to restrictions and the economy changing dramatically due to the pandemic, there's a lack of ability to connect with the community as openly as we would like to right now. Funding for nonprofits worldwide and certainly inside the US has lessened and declined. So this remains a challenge. We also have a world economy that's in a great deal of difficulty right now because of the pandemic as well. However, progress continues with the writing of the instruction books as well as an increase in our alliances, especially those across Europe, which I believe, I don't know if I should say it, but it's a little bit ahead of the US in this way. So we're fortunate to have some new board members, one of whom is in the UK. So while we need major funding, there are some new funds arriving and that encourages us. We need to devote our time to reporting positive advances on social media, and we'll continue to do that moving forward. The timetable includes a plan to engage people from the community surrounding this Heartland trial. As we have preliminarily had discussions with people in the community, we'll request that the discussions be video recorded and sign releases so those can be shown on YouTube. From there, we will, as we gather our specific participants, we'll be videoing all the discussions that take place, and because those are the most important ones for developing the training ebooks. And instructions in the ebooks will reflect those agreements that were made during these conversations. There will be an additional ebook written that is comprehensive, and it will explain to the whole world how the program will work and could work in their own community. There will be many questions asked of us along the way, so the comprehensive overview ebook will contain some of those questions as well as the answers to the questions for the general public. In my discussions with people, well, here, we see and we clearly see together a new Earth, one that's filled with vigor and tenacity of growth. We will see on this new Earth the ability to provide for all her beings, tiny and big. And we'll see systematic overhauls carried out side by side, no matter the belief systems or the rudimentary religious beliefs. Townships and villages are gathering together, in our view, to share the knowledge and outcomes along with the trades based on healthy priorities for all, including Mother Earth. We joyfully envision a formalized source for peoples dedicated to this task of earth healing, for water retention, and for multiple purposes, including staving off death by thirst by all the animals. This is our website address, www.reapgoodness.org. And please note that we're on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter. And we wish for you to contact us because we want to collaborate for the sake of exchanging ideas and good nature as well. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, Carol. I guess there will be some questions or maybe reactions, but let's keep them for the end of the session. And let's continue directly with our next speaker, who's Dorotea Daniele. Dorotea is the Managing Director of Thesis, and she's also a senior expert on social economy and social entrepreneurship. Dorotea, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Diana, and thanks a lot for the invitation to plug Unfortunately, I never had the opportunity to go there, but I've heard a lot about the fair because, well, I've been involved in the social economy for quite a number of years. So just 2 words about the ESIS network, which is one of the widest European networks specialized in supporting social economy and social economy enterprise development. We were born in 1997 and we have been growing constantly, and now we are present in 20 countries with 42 members who are national federations and national support structures or training organizations of the social economy. Overall, our members associate more than 90,000 organizations and represent 1.2 million workers. What do we do? We are, as I said, a network, a support organization, so we promote the development of social enterprise and of social economy and of social innovation through capacity building initiatives, collections and analysis of good practices, research, and project design and implementation. What I would like to present here today to you is one of our important and most recent projects on which deals on internationalizations. SILC stands for Social and Solidarity Economy, International Learning and Knowledge Community of Peers, and is one of the 6 peer learning partnerships selected by the OECD within the global actions on promoting social and solidarity economy ecosystems. As I said, the topic of our peer learning partnership is internationalization. What do we mean by that? Internationalization is the process that involving multilateral flows of goods, services, financial resources, but also of information, skills, and knowledge within and between organizations and across countries. For the social and solidarity economy, the issues of internationalization has become more and more relevant, especially recently. So our project has 3 main learning objectives. So to develop internationalizations of social economy organizations, to implement peer learning, which includes, well, some practical and targeted research, so specific research on the topics, then activities to foster organizational learning, mainly peer reviews for the main key stakeholders, so organizations of the sectors, but also public authorities, in order to develop a community of peers with the final aim to facilitate a significant step forwards in building a more resilient social and solidarity economy ecosystems. The partnership of the project is really, as you can see from the map, a global partnership. Well, the main problem that we have is to find the correct time to organize activities, because with the different time in the different countries, it's a real challenge, as I say. So we have really a huge number of countries that are participating either directly or indirectly in the partnership, because the partnership is composed by different levels of organizations. We have European networks as ourselves and Social Economy Europe, and then we have also in Europe an individual organization which is, Mondragon. I guess that you all know Mondragon. Then we have other organizations representing the sector, so the practitioners from the non-EU level. Well, SICOPA, well, Diana is participating in the project as also Secretary General of SICOPA, the International Organization of Workers and of Service and Production Cooperatives. Then we have the Social Solidarity Forum International. We have the Social Enterprise World Forum. Then we have CDNet in Canada. We have, again, Esteban is also our partner, so from the US, together with the national Cooperatives Business Associations. And we have also an organization, Citawi in Brazil, TARA in India, and Social Value and Solidarity Foundations in Korea. But in the partnership, we also have experts. It's really a huge partnership, quite complex to manage, but it's really important to have all the different stakeholders, because we have experts from the EU. We have EURICSE, the European Research Center for Cooperatives and Social Enterprises. We have ZSI from Austria, and also we have organization from an advisory organizations in the sector from Canada, and 2 individual experts from Brazil and Canada. But we also have very important policymakers. REV at European level is representing its own network, the European networks of regions and cities for the social economy. And then we have regional public authorities agency from Catalonia, in Spain, from Sweden, from Emilia-Romagna in Italy, and from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And outside the EU, we have Mexico and Korea. As I said, what we have been doing in the project. The project is quite short. It started in April and is just going to end in November. It's a real challenge. We had to do some preliminary research also in order to identify good practices of both policies to internationalize social economy and organizations, so social economy enterprises going international. Those from a variety of good practices presented by the members of the partnership, we selected 11 the most relevant good practices that were presented within 6 peer reviews. We have just finished, I think last week, we had last peer review, and now we are in the process of reinforcing the lessons learned and also of starting to disseminate our findings. On the website, I really encourage you to visit the website of the project because there already you can find all the material produced up now, but in the next months you will find more and more material, because it's really, as I said, the project is going really, really fast. So also the website is updated regularly, if not daily, I mean almost every week with all the case studies, the reports of the peer reviews, some papers, and then the final papers that will be published directly by the OECD. Now, what I would like to share with you is some findings, some lessons that we learned from the multinational cooperatives and the policy framework. So what is important in the field of, in this field? It's really important to have a better understanding of the potential of internationalization, especially for the stakeholders outside the network. It is also crucial to have a better definition of the perimeter of social and solidarity economy. Of course, we all know that we will never have, especially if we work globally, a common definition, but it's important to define at least a perimeter. We have also to go beyond niche approaches. Now we are, or at least we were, in a phase where there were almost no policies to support social and solidarity economy going international. And we have to go to tailored policies and to general strategies to promote internationalization, such as the European Action Plan for the Social Economy, which is being, which will be presented by Commissioner Schmid, and I guess that also in this conference it has been quoted several times, especially yesterday. It's really important that also this action plan has a clear focus on internationalization, but also with a clearer understanding of what internationalization means. And in general terms, we also have to include social and solidarity economy in general trade policies and agreement. Very quickly, we need to build on the process started by the EU from the social business initiatives now to the social economy action plans. And we have to involve more and more the key international actors in the field, like the United Nations Task Force on Social and Solidarity Economy, or the ILO, which is working a lot on cooperatives. Just I would like to underline that peer learning and exchanges are really very important to develop the ecosystems for social economy, because the policymakers and the advocacy networks need strong support organizations to implement the direction of the program. Finally, well, last but not least, there is really a need to integrate the international dimension in all the support policies for the sector, because we have really to underline the impact on the potential of the sector to generate human added value to the economic flows. I will stop here, and of course I'm available for clarifications or questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doretta, and I apologize for being rude and interrupting you, but we just have 30 minutes left and still 5 speakers, so I ask all of you, please respect the time that was allowed to you. So now we go to the next speaker. Next speaker is in Bulgaria. She is in Plovdiv. It's Claudia Alba Ortuño. Claudia is a PhD student and research assistant at the Vrije Universiteit Brussels, VUB. Claudia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, as mentioned, I come from Belgium, but I'm born and raised in Bolivia, Latin America. And when I arrived to Europe, I noticed that actually, even that we have very different contexts, we both have social problems. Yeah, there are social entrepreneurs everywhere. And, but of course, you also see difference, that you have here a lot of supportive organizations. Social enterprises are way more developed. Like, for example, in my country, the concept of social enterprises is a company that is in bankrupt, and the workers take the lead of the company. So, completely different. But there are also good practices over there that could solve issues here. And there are good practices here that could solve social issues in Latin America. So we decided to create a network that is called Elanet. And that actually, listening to about the DISIS network, I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. We are not the only ones that are trying to connect the actors. Because As we are a university and we try to work with universities, we are trying to include in our network all the actors that support social entrepreneurs, and of course to include social entrepreneurs. But yes, it's challenging because you have different time zones, you have different languages, and you have thousands of kilometers between the actors. Even if you take actors in Latin America, if you want to connect Bolivia with Colombia, I really don't know how much hours of driving is, but yeah, you cannot leave Bolivia with less than 20 hours driving. So it's very huge. So yeah, we are creating this network that it's the project started with 17 universities of Europe and Latin America. And so we are starting with 4 countries in Latin America. There's Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador. And 4 countries in Europe, Belgium, Austria, Bulgaria, and Italy. But the idea, of course, is like this is a very open project. The idea is that more countries get involved with this process and to create a more concise network. And what we are using for this is a very basic tool, a website. Yeah, we are creating a website. But we believe this is very powerful because so we are going to put in the websites social entrepreneurship cases. And yesterday it was mentioned that one problem that social entrepreneurs have is the lack of visualization. So we just want to put it there and then share it to the world like, hey, did you know that in Peru there is this group of people developing a small machine to get water out of the air? And like, oh, yeah, that's happening in Peru. So we want to bring visibility. And we need the social entrepreneurs of one country. Maybe you will get in and you will find this project of Peru and get inspired to also solve the water issue in some country in Europe. We need to show that the social entrepreneurs need support and that the social entrepreneurs are able to say in what they need support. And we will put also in the website, in the platform, the support partners. Because I also see here a lot of supportive organizations that say like, yes, we are willing to support. We want to support social entrepreneurs. And then you see entrepreneurs saying like, hey, I need support. So yeah, we expect this to work and to connect them. We see people that is not entrepreneur, that is not part of a supportive organization, but want to volunteer. Like, I would like to do something for social entrepreneurs, but I don't know how. And like, hey, please help us to, I don't know, do the marketing. And these are kind of things that you can work online. We want to put tools for mentors and, of course, tools for the social entrepreneurs. Like, yes, we have videos, but also universities that develop courses, like access to seed capital, how do you say this? I'm sorry. Contests, challenges that sometimes are worldwide and they can help them somehow to get more visibility. So, yes, this is what we are trying to do. We are focusing in 3 pillars. That is, we want to work with the universities because we believe that universities have the knowledge. Like, they should be able to provide knowledge, and we want to take this. And they have students that are in an early stage in their careers that we can help them to develop their own enterprises in the process while they are in the university. We want to reach social entrepreneurs and connect them with the universities. So whenever they need some knowledge, I don't know, they need to test a prototype, they don't know how to do it, they can reach universities. And of course, all the rest of supportive organizations, including government, universities, banks, to provide funding. So yeah, we also started the project in January, and we are welcoming all the people right now, everybody that can join the project. So yes, if you have any tool, like, I don't know, a book, a video, whatever you think could be useful, if you know a case, so especially in the cases that, in the countries that we mentioned, but yes, also about other countries that you think it can inspire, a case that needs visibility, or if you are the owner of a case and you want to share what you are doing and you're looking for help or you need support or you want volunteers, get engaged with this idea. Here is the website where you can fill a form or send us an email. So we speak several languages in the team. We are with Bulgarian, English, Spanish, Russian, French, and Dutch. So we are trying to reach everywhere. And I think that's my, no, this is my last slide, because yeah, you can also connect through Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn to see what we are doing. The webpage is now like in a very initial stage, because yeah, we are a work in progress, and we want to build. We don't want to build everything and they say, hey, social entrepreneurs, look what we do for you. No, more our idea is like, hey, come, let's build together. What do you need? How can we help? And yeah, how can you help us also? So I'm very happy to see all the other projects in this session, because I'm like, oh, this is so cool. There are other networks, and I never heard of those, and let's connect, hopefully. I'm putting notes next to all the names of the people in this session. And yeah, I hope we see each other, and I hope you can join Elanet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. Good luck with your project. And indeed, this kind of event, it's also made for this, to create cooperation among us. So I hope that your call will be heard. So the next speaker is not with us. He has sent us a video message. Mr. Sung Woo-seong from South Korea. He is the chairman of Busan Economic Federation of Social Cooperatives. So let's listen to his message, video message.
Hello, I am Su Yong-sung, the chairman of Busan Economic Federation of Social Cooperatives. Celebration for opening 9th European Forum on Social Enterprises. The Busan Economic Federation of Social Cooperatives, founded in 2012, which is consisted of social cooperatives in Busan, approved by the Ministry of Economic and Finance on the basis of the Cooperative Basic Act, be imposed in 2012. Busan, a bustling city of approximately 3.4 million residents, is located on the southeastern tips of the Korean Peninsula. The size of Busan is 770.07 kilometers, which is only 0.8% of the whole land mass of the Korean Peninsula. The natural environment of Busan is harmonious relationships of mountains, lakes, and sea. The geographic includes a coastline featuring super beaches and scenic cliffs, mountains, which provide excellent hiking and extraordinary views, with hot springs scattered throughout the city. Busan enjoys hot district seasons and temperature climate that never get too hot or too cold. Busan is the second largest city in Korea. Its deep harbor and gentle tides have allowed it to grow into the largest container handling port in the country and the fifth largest in the world. The city's natural endowments and the rich history have resulted in Busan's including reputation as a world-class city for tourism and culture. And it is also becoming renowned as a hotspot destination for international conventions. Busan Economic Federation of Social Cooperatives. We promote welfare and welfare integrated social cooperative through expanding awareness of social, economic, and inclusive economy, building up the networks of social cooperatives in Busan Advanced Joint Project. We provide social services and social jobs for citizens and disadvantaged peoples to achieve economic security and a better, longer, and healthier quality of life. Our mission is to develop, advance, and protect social cooperative in Busan metropolitan area, and especially to develop welfare and welfare integrated social cooperative. Our goal highlights the fact that social cooperatives have in the social economic success of communities. Furthermore, we seek to elevate the social poverty through social, economic, and social empowerment. The 70 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, of the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development, adopted by the world leaders in September 25th at the historical UN Summit, officially have come to pause from 2060 to 2030. Over the next 50 years, in pursuit of this new set of goals, member countries will mobilize the effort to end all forms of poverty, fight inequalities, and tackle climate change, while ensuring that no one is left behind. The SDGs build on the success of the Millennium Development Goals, that is MDGs, but aim to go further, ending all forms of poverty. The new goals are unique in that they call for action by all countries, poor, rich, and middle income to promote prosperity while protecting the planet. The UN also respected the role of cooperative by declaring 2012 as the International Year of Cooperative, recommending the reform of better cooperative laws in their members' countries. While the SDGs are not legally binding, governments are expected to take ownership of them and establish national frameworks to achieve them. Countries have the primary responsibility for following up on and reviewing the process made in implementing the SDGs, which will require quality, accessible, and timely data collection. Regional following up and review will be based on the national level analysis and will contribute to following up and review at the global level. Thus, I suggest the reform of the existing cooperative legal system in Korea to facilitate implementation of the SDGs. The Korean Cooperative Association tends to gradually increase due to the enactment of basic law of cooperative association and social necessity. However, its sustenance is doubtful owing to government support, which is for quantitative growth only without ensuring qualitative growth. Thus, the development of diverse policies are necessary for balanced activation of cooperative association, especially with its model for independent sustainability is important. The cooperation service type shows Korean Cooperative Association is most prevalent in simple service jobs, such as care, babysitting, cleaning, and so on. Like cooperation association based on community, such as Medical Life Cooperative Association and Consumer Life Cooperative Associations, was gradually increasing. Few as it is. The cooperative association relative to culture, art, or environment. The alliance native area of cooperative association is also increasing little by little. Suffering lack of ability to create profit or chronic financial burden. Most of these cooperative associations are on the interior environment. Lack of base in community, lack of expert in accounting and marketing. Thus, the government needs to cultivate manpower specialized in these cooperative associations. Thus, the government needs to cultivate manpower specialized in these cooperative associations through indirect support. Cooperative association needs to strive to overcome regional limits through solidarity and cooperation, and to develop innovative product and service. I am activist in social cooperative of Korea, so I would like to explain our circumstances. Korean social cooperatives was enacted by law in December 2012. However, it is in the process of being settled and has not been established institutionally. So, social cooperatives are failing first in order for domestic social cooperatives to be substantial. The 7 principles of cooperatives must be observed. In particular, the sixth principle is important. It is important to form a social cooperative association and to communicate with the local cooperatives. Their communication is less likely to fail because they can share management, support information, education, promotion, and strategies. Second, there is a need for a frame that can be applied not only to the government but also to general enterprises in order to support social cooperatives. Third, the relative policies of the government and the private sector should be designed and managed in an integrated manner to promote the social cooperatives. Fourth, public relations should be promoted through campaigns to inform the public that the meaning of social cooperatives is for the public goods. In addition, government needs to build a program that fosters professionals who can foster social cooperatives. Thank you for listening my opinions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this video message. I have a question for the organizers. I'm a bit concerned with time because it's almost a time to stop. We have 5 minutes left and 2 speakers and 1 video message. Can we go a bit over time, or do we need to stop at 6:30 sharp?
We can go.
We can go a bit over time. Thanks a lot. So now from Asia we go to Africa and we go to Cameroon. Please welcome Mr. Gilbert Ewermech from Yes Cameroon. Gilbert, you're unmuted. You're, sorry, muted. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Can you hear me now?
Very well. But there is like a echo.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much for the organizers for putting this together, and thank you, our Dinah, for moderating this very important session. And then thank you to all the panelists who have already gone through. I think I was inspired by their presentation. My name is Gilbert Ewermech. I'm a social entrepreneur. I'm based in Cameroon and I work across Africa. 15 years ago, I founded Youth Employment Service, Yes Cameroon, which is a social innovation enterprise with main objective to promote and support young people through empowerment, through entrepreneurship, and so on. And for the past years, for the past 14 years, we have been able to empower close to 30,000 young people across the communities in Cameroon based on job creation, because I must tell you, social entrepreneurship is not just for a living, but it's for our life. It's all about empowerment, it's all about the community, it's all about job creation, and it's all about skills development. And this is one of the key focus that we have been doing for the past years. It is very impactful, mindful of the fact that a lot of young people who have passed through our organization, they have been able to get jobs, they have been able to create jobs for themselves and employ others in the process. And though although in Cameroon, entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship is kind of very, very vast, because you have close to 70% of the population who are involved in either social entrepreneurship or cooperative. This is the key aspect, the key focus. This is our strength, our economic strength in Cameroon. But we have a lot of difficulties. We have a lot of difficulties when it comes to all the two key aspects, social entrepreneurship or be it cooperative, in the sense that you have, when we talk about sustainability, most of the people who create social enterprises or cooperative, they have difficulty to sustain their structure or their institution because of the economic hardship. When we talk of economic viability and the major activities undertaken. Number two, another key challenge will be the cooperative leadership and management capacity is a very key problem. So a lot of young people, a lot of cooperative owners, a lot of social entrepreneurs, they need capacity building. They need their capacity building on how they could best manage their institution, be it social enterprises or cooperative organizations. And then the very last key one is the lack of democratic control by the members, because you find people who create cooperative, they want to be on the leadership for 5-10 years and so on, so it becomes a challenge. Now, looking in terms of proper engagement, we think with the SDGs, for us to be sustainable, we need best practices, we need models, we need to benchmark with other social entrepreneurs, with other cooperative organizations across Europe, across the continent, such that we could better deliver our services to the communities that we serve in Cameroon and Africa across at large. So that's one of the key things. We talk about sustainability as well. We talk about the SDGs, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which the last key point is partnership. So I think we need to join our effort, the South-South, North-North, with joint effort for us to improve on the services of cooperative societies and social entrepreneurship across the continent. And this is one of the key things that I personally and my team, we are looking forward, because some organizations, some countries, they are still very lacking behind in terms of cooperative. So we are looking forward as well to host the first African Cooperative Forum, and I call on all the stakeholders to see how we can put efforts together to develop the African continent more, to see how we can share best practices, like I said earlier. So the nutshell, this is some of the key points that I thought of. It was very important for me to put together. Now, looking back at the old days, social enterprises can create enormous job because we provide innovation services and products, promote sustainability, and give hope for the future. Because we all talk about hope. Young people who are stranded, no jobs and so on, they need to get hope. By transferring their services into institutions that are delivering these services, by doing that, I think it's important. So according for it, I'll give you an example. According to the European Union Commission, social entrepreneurship sector currently employs about 40 million people and engages over 200 million volunteers globally. You'll see that social entrepreneurship and cooperative, it is one of the key instruments that can lead in job creation, that can lead in employability, that can lead in development. And I'll end by thanking the organizers for putting this forum and for accepting me as one of the panelists to share my experience, as well, and to gain experience from the other panelists. I think it was very, very rich, and I look forward to the key recommendations on this forum. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Gilbert. Thanks for your testimony and your experience, and thanks for sticking to the 8 minutes time. So now the next speaker is in Plovdiv. It's Evelina Van Mansel. Evelina is a PhD student in social entrepreneurship in the American University in Bulgaria. So Evelina, the floor is yours, and please 8 minutes max.
Thank you very much, Diana. I'm going to switch to Bulgarian as well. Здравейте на всички. Много се радвам да бъда тук. Много благодаря за поканата на...
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very grateful to the organizers for the invitation. So I'll bring you back not only to the language, but the state. And we will speak about how we can help the sustainable development of social entrepreneurs in this country. I'm greatly inspired by all the stories we have heard so far. I'm very happy that there are so many supporting organizations in this country to which social entrepreneurs could turn to for help. I'm greatly satisfied. I'm a representative of several universities, actually, under the umbrella of the American University in Bulgaria. My career is connected to it. I'm teaching their social entrepreneurship, while in the Free University of Brussels, I'm preparing my doctor's thesis. The Brussels Free University and the National Union of Cooperatives, as well as the cluster Trace Economic Zone. After what we started in Bulgaria after a number of roundtables is a national platform which will connect social entrepreneurs and cooperatives, as well as all organizations supporting them. We heard many of them today, and I think that there are many more which could be engaged more actively so as to provide entrepreneurs with a more sustainable business model and to switch to sustainability. We are speaking about businesses, about representatives of various universities. We do not refer only to incubators and various financial institutions, but any organization which might help social entrepreneurs would be reflecting their needs. Mostly we referred to knowledge. What our colleague told us is that we would like to do in Bulgaria is to create an impact. The platform is built up according to the model of Belgian Impact, which unites about 3,000 local social entrepreneurs, and it's under the aegis of the King of Belgium. I told you how many organizations are behind this platform and how much this network provides as contacts, knowledge, and be instrumental in its development, where we will have not only social entrepreneurs, but people to support us. Like ELNET, we need as well the exchange of knowledge, a library in help of social entrepreneurs, so as to move further to sustainable business models, where the funding will be a part of this model. But what we heard earlier is that social entrepreneurs need to be more visible, to be more knowledgeable. So our aim will be to support them. We can visit the site Bulgaria-impact.org Bulgaria. We are still collecting the inspiring cases. We listen to a number of organizations which are able to help us, so I would be very grateful if they become members of the Bulgaria Impact platform.
This was it for me, Diana.
Thank you very much, Evelina. It's a pleasure for me as well to listen to a variety of speakers today from academia, organizations, enterprises. So thanks to all of you. Now it's our last speaker who is not with us today, but who has sent a video message, is Sevastita Gregorescu. She is the president of the Romanian Federation of Production Cooperatives. So I invite you now to listen to Ms. Gregorescu video message.
Doamnelor și domnilor, stimați invitați, În primul rând, mulțumesc colegilor de la Uniunea Națională a Cooperativelor de Producție din Bulgaria, care ne-au oferit cu deosebită amabilitate posibilitatea de a transmite un mesaj în cadrul acestui panel. Subiectele alese pentru dezbatere sunt cât se poate de actuale, cu atât mai mult tema de față, care face referire la experiența și la contribuția incontestabilă a cooperativelor și întreprinderilor sociale în asigurarea dezvoltării durabile. Contextul în care se desfășoară lucrările conferinței este unul aparte, vizând efortul nostru comun de adaptare la noile realități ale economiei mondiale. Noi toți încercăm să ne punem priceperea și expertiza în slujba relansării economice, dar pericolul generat de coronavirus nu și-a epuizat încă efectele nocive și îndeamnă la prudență. În următoarea perioadă este foarte probabil reinstituirea graduală a unor restricții dure. La începutul verii aveam motive de optimism, dar evoluțiile din ultimele zile arată că avem un virus, un adversar redutabil și surprinzător. Pandemia pune în continuare la încercare atât viața fiecăruia, cât și locurile de muncă, mijloacele de subsistență și activitatea economică a societăților noastre. Cu toate acestea, este necesar să fim atenți și la ziua de mâine. O lume a viitorului care tinde către o dezvoltare echilibrată, bazată pe utilizarea inteligentă a resurselor, nu poate fi edificată decât împreună, prin eforturi comune și cooperare. În această etapă complicată, modelul de activitate al cooperativelor centrat pe oameni și pe nevoile comunităților reprezintă o soluție integratoare pentru dezvoltarea economiilor de pe toate meridianele lumii. Mai mult ca oricând, pentru asigurarea dezvoltării este nevoie de a gândi și a lucra asidu, asumându-ne în continuare modalități de acțiune bazate pe valori și principii etice, responsabilitate socială și angajament pentru comunitate, care să deschidă calea pentru o redresare socioeconomică echitabilă, inclusivă și rezilientă. Asumându-ne pe deplin aceste noi realități, la nivelul fiecărui palier decizional, încercăm, prin eforturi conjugate, identificarea soluțiilor adecvate pentru adaptarea activităților noastre economice și comunicare activă între membri. Astfel, asociația noastră UCECOM a asigurat pe întreaga durată a restricțiilor menținerea unor legături permanente cu reprezentanții entităților asociate. Informațiile vehiculate utilizează mai multe canale, contacte operative prin telefon, mail, rețele de socializare, buletine de informare, formulare statistice cuprinse în sistemul informațional propriu, chestionare de evaluare a consecințelor pandemiei. Toate domeniile de activitate au avut anumite influențe negative, care pot fi atribuite crizei COVID-19, intensitatea lor fiind diferită în funcție de domeniul de activitate și contextul local. Cele mai afectate au rămas unitățile de de croitorie la comandă, precum și unele magazine proprii. În pofida numeroaselor dificultăți, multe dintre societățile noastre au reușit să
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, first of all, I would like to thank my colleagues from the National Union of Workers, Producers, Cooperatives from Bulgaria, who kindly offered us the possibility to send a message for this panel. The topics chosen for debate are as current as possible, all the more as this topic, which refers to the experience and the indisputable contribution of cooperatives and social enterprises, ensures sustainable development. The context in which the conference is taking place is a special one, aiming at our joint effort to adapt to the new realities of the global economy. We all try to put our skill and expertise to the service of economic recovery, but the danger posed by the pandemic has not yet exhausted its harmful effects and requires caution. In the next period, it is very likely that harsh restrictions will be gradually reintroduced. At the beginning of the summer, we had reasons for optimism, but the latest developments show that we have a formidable and surprising opponent in the face of this virus. The pandemic continues to test everybody's lives, as well as their jobs, livelihood, and the economic development of our companies. However, it is necessary to pay attention to the future. A world of the future which tends toward a balances development based on the intelligent use of resources, can only be built together through joint efforts and cooperation. At this complicated stage, the business model of cooperatives focused on people and communities needs to find an integrative solution for economic development throughout the world. More than ever, to ensure the development, we need to assiduously think and work, continuing to assume ways of action based on ethical values and principles, social responsibilities and commitments to the community, which will pave the way for fair social and economic recovery, which is inclusive and resilient. Fully assuming these new realities at each decision-making level, we try through combined efforts to identify appropriate solutions to adapt our economic activities and achieve communication between our associated members. Thus, the UCCOM, our association, during the restrictions of lockdowns, ensured the maintenance of permanent connection with its associated members. To disseminate the information, we use different channels of communication, operational contacts by phone, email, social networks, newsletters, statistical forms included in our information data system, questionnaires to assess how the pandemic has been striking us. All fields of activity which had been impacted negatively because of COVID crisis. Intensity was different depending on the field of activity and on the local context. The most affected were the service units such as beauty salons, tailoring, as well as some shops. Despite various difficulties, many of our enterprises managed to maintain the economic activities at a reasonable level. Once the restrictions were relaxed, there were even increases in the main economic and financial indicators. Thus, for cooperatives with a turnover of over 1 million euros, the cumulative revenues in the first half of this year were about 20% higher than compared to the same period of the year before, and the gross profit margin was about 40% higher. It is true the indicators of small organizations have suffered much more. The onset of the pandemic changed the economic, social, and budgetary landscape. In Romania, the measures which were long awaited by the economic agents materialized in different forms of support and allowances granted for safeguarding jobs. Many cooperative members also benefited from these provisions, but not by themselves, but as a result of a strong awareness campaign conducted by UCCOM. At first, the government considered it appropriate to ignore the cooperatives and later classified them as other professionals with independent activities such as athletes, artists and lawyers, the so-called freelancers. However, there were also some situations in which some cooperative societies voluntarily continued their activities during the lockdown established in from March to June 2020. Thus, their cooperative members could no longer benefit from the support allowances because this is how the regulations were set. In such conditions, in the spirit of cooperative solidarity, the salary differences of the staff were supported from the budget of the cooperatives, obviously with great sacrifices. We are fully aware of the role we have in local communities to meet their needs by adjusting our products and services. Therefore, a mix of measures was used to ensure the competitiveness on the market and add adjustment to the so-called new normal. The new hygiene and sanitary rules imposed by the government changed the way the employees work, and there are new procedures, especially within the cooperatives in the service sector. In some cases, operational solutions to reduce costs and ensure working capital flows have been considered. Also, it was considered to improve the use of internal resources by relieving the technical and operational personnel from some of the administrative tasks.
I don't know if we have time for questions and answers. No, we don't. That's a pity, but that's a price to pay when you have a passionate speakers and a great list of speakers. So from me, it was a pleasure to moderate the session today. Thanks to the organizers, thanks to the excellent technical team who, despite several technical hiccups, managed to solve everything. I know it's not easy to have hybrid meetings. So big congratulations for the technical team and the interpreters. And big thank from my side to all the speakers and the participants that I cannot see in Bulgaria, but I also thank you for your presence. So goodbye from my side, and I hope you will have a good evening or a day, whatever you are. Bye-bye.